From the depths of the ocean to the vast reaches of space, and even some quirky corners of everyday life, these incredible truths are guaranteed to make you question everything you thought you knew. So sit back, relax, and prepare to be amazed, because truth really is stranger than fiction.
Wombat poop is uniquely cube-shaped, a feature that has fascinated scientists and animal enthusiasts alike. This peculiar trait serves an important purpose. It prevents the poop from rolling away, allowing wombats to use it as a territorial marker. Wombats are territorial animals, and they use their feces to communicate with others in their environment, leaving it on elevated surfaces like rocks or logs. The cube shape ensures the poop stays in place, making it an effective and stable marker in their rugged, hilly habitats. The secret behind the cube shape lies in the unique structure of a wombat's intestines. Unlike most animals, which produce round or cylindrical feces, wombats have varying elasticity in their intestinal walls. Specifically, some parts of their intestines are stiffer while others are more flexible. As the feces move through the intestine, these differences in elasticity mold the poop into its distinctive cube form. This process takes around 10 to 14 days, which is relatively slow, giving the poop its firm texture and final shape. Scientific interest in this phenomenon has grown in recent years. In 2018, researchers studied the biomechanics of wombat intestines and even replicated the cube-making process using artificial materials. Their findings shed light on how soft tissues can shape rigid forms, a discovery with potential applications in manufacturing and engineering. The cube-shaped poop is also an example of how evolution tailors traits to an animal's specific needs. Wombats have adapted to their environment in ingenious ways, and their uniquely shaped feces are just one of many survival strategies. By using their poop as an immovable communication tool, wombats maintain social boundaries and reduce the likelihood of confrontations with rivals. This quirky adaptation highlights the surprising complexity of nature's solutions to everyday problems.
Venus, the second planet from the Sun, has one of the most unusual rotational dynamics in the solar system. A day on Venus, defined as the time it takes for the planet to complete one full rotation on its axis, lasts approximately 243 Earth days. Remarkably, this period is longer than a Venusian year, which is the time it takes Venus to complete one full orbit around the Sun. Venus orbits the Sun in just about 225 Earth days, making its year shorter than its day. This phenomenon is the result of Venus's extremely slow and retrograde rotation. Unlike most planets in the solar system, Venus rotates in the opposite direction to its orbital motion around the Sun. This means that if you stood on Venus, assuming you could survive the extreme conditions, you would see the Sun rise in the west and set in the east, opposite to what we experience on Earth. This retrograde spin is thought to be the result of a colossal impact or gravitational interactions during the planet's formation billions of years ago. Adding to the peculiarity, the rotation of Venus is so slow that a solar day, the time between two consecutive sunrises on Venus, lasts about 117 Earth days as the planet's rotation and orbit interact. This creates a situation where Venus's day and year overlap in complex ways, making its dynamics a fascinating subject of study for astronomers. These unique characteristics of Venus have a significant impact on its atmosphere and surface. Venus's thick atmosphere, composed mainly of carbon dioxide with clouds of sulfuric acid, traps heat in a runaway greenhouse effect, making the planet the hottest in the solar system, with surface temperatures around 475 degrees Celsius, 900 degrees Fahrenheit. The slow rotation may also contribute to the lack of a significant magnetic field, as the dynamo effect observed on faster rotating planets like Earth is absent. The extreme conditions and unusual day-year relationship of Venus highlight the diversity and complexity of planetary systems, providing valuable insights into planetary formation and dynamics.
Octopuses are fascinating creatures with a unique circulatory system that sets them apart from most animals. These marine invertebrates have 3 hearts, 2 branchial hearts and 1 systemic heart. The branchial hearts are located near the gills and are responsible for pumping blood through the gills for oxygenation. The systemic heart, located centrally in the body, pumps oxygenated blood to the rest of the body. What makes octopuses especially remarkable is that when they swim, their systemic heart temporarily stops beating. This happens because octopuses rely heavily on their gills for oxygen exchange, and swimming increases the workload on their branchial hearts while reducing the efficiency of oxygen uptake. By halting the systemic heart, the octopus prioritizes oxygen delivery to its gills and conserves energy for movement. This adaptation, while effective, also makes octopuses relatively poor swimmers. Their circulatory system is optimized for crawling and jet propulsion in short bursts rather than sustained swimming. When an octopus swims for extended periods, the cessation of its systemic heart limits the oxygen supply to its body, causing fatigue. As a result, octopuses often prefer crawling along the ocean floor, using their arms or hiding in crevices to conserve energy. The octopus's blood also contributes to its unique physiology. Unlike humans who have iron-based hemoglobin in their blood, octopuses have copper-based hemocyanin, which gives their blood a blue color. Hemocyanin is more efficient than hemoglobin at transporting oxygen in cold, low-oxygen environments, such as the deep ocean where many octopus species live. These adaptations highlight the octopus's evolutionary ingenuity. Its complex circulatory system is just one of the many features that make it a marvel of the marine world, alongside its intelligence, ability to camouflage, and remarkable problem-solving skills.
The claim that there are more trees on Earth than stars in the Milky Way is a surprising yet true fact, emphasizing the vast scale of Earth's forests and the incredible abundance of life. According to a 2015 study led by scientists from Yale University, there are an estimated 3 trillion trees on Earth. This figure far exceeds the estimated 100 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy. The 3 trillion tree estimate was derived from a combination of satellite imagery, forest density data, and direct ground surveys from various ecosystems worldwide. Trees are distributed across a wide variety of biomes, from dense tropical rainforests in the Amazon to boreal forests in Canada and Siberia. While the number might seem astronomical, it represents a significant decline from earlier times. Human activity, including deforestation, urbanization, and agriculture, has reduced the number of trees on Earth by nearly half since the dawn of human civilization. In contrast, the estimate of stars in the Milky Way comes from astronomical models and observations. While exact counts are impossible due to the vast distances and dust clouds obscuring parts of our galaxy, scientists use indirect methods like the galaxy's mass and brightness to estimate the number of stars. The figure of 100 to 400 billion stars is a broad range, reflecting the uncertainties in these methods. The comparison between the number of trees and stars serves to highlight the richness of Earth's biosphere and the interconnectedness of life. Trees play a critical role in maintaining ecological balance by producing oxygen, sequestering carbon dioxide, and providing habitat for countless species. In a cosmic context, while stars are the building blocks of galaxies, trees are fundamental to the survival of life on Earth. Despite the seemingly large number of trees, their decline poses a significant threat to global biodiversity and climate stability. Each year, millions of trees are lost to deforestation, contributing to habitat loss, climate change, and a decrease in global air quality. The comparison between trees and stars underscores the need to protect and restore forests as a vital component of Earth's ecological health. In essence, while the vast number of trees on Earth may exceed the stars in the Milky Way, it also serves as a reminder of our planet's finite resources and the importance of sustainable stewardship.
Sloths, known for their slow movements and laid-back demeanor, possess some remarkable adaptations, including their ability to hold their breath for extended periods. Incredibly, sloths can hold their breath for up to 40 minutes, surpassing even dolphins, which typically hold their breath for about 10 to 15 minutes during dives. This surprising capability is rooted in the unique biology and lifestyle of sloths. Sloths are exceptionally slow-moving animals with an extremely low metabolic rate, about half that of a similarly sized mammal. This reduced metabolism means their bodies consume oxygen at a slower rate, allowing them to retain their breath for extended durations without requiring frequent gas exchange. This is particularly beneficial when sloths are submerged or need to avoid detection by predators near water. One of the physiological adaptations that enable sloths to hold their breath for so long is their ability to control their heart rate, a process known as bradycardia. When submerged, sloths can slow their heart rate dramatically, reducing oxygen consumption. This adaptation mirrors the diving reflex seen in marine mammals, although sloths use it less for deep diving and more as a survival mechanism for occasional water crossings or threats. Dolphins, efficient but not as prolonged. While dolphins are often thought of as masters of breath control due to their aquatic nature, their diving abilities are adapted for frequent and efficient gas exchange. Dolphins rely on rapid, deep breaths at the surface to replenish oxygen, which supports their active and high-energy swimming. Their dives are typically shorter because they need frequent access to air to sustain their metabolism, which is far higher than that of sloths. Sloths and aquatic behavior. Although sloths are primarily arboreal or tree-dwelling, they are surprisingly adept swimmers. In the wild, sloths occasionally traverse rivers or flooded areas, using a slow, breaststroke-like motion. Their ability to hold their breath for long periods is crucial during these crossings, allowing them to navigate water safely and avoid predators like caimans or anacondas. Evolutionary implications. This breath-holding capability in sloths is likely an evolutionary byproduct of their low-energy lifestyle rather than a primary adaptation for aquatic life. It underscores how sloths have evolved to survive in their environments, where energy conservation is key, whether in the trees or near water. The fact that sloths can hold their breath longer than dolphins, a species renowned for its aquatic prowess, highlights the surprising and often underestimated abilities of these gentle tree-dwelling creatures. It's a testament to the diverse strategies animals employ to thrive in their respective niches.
The fact that butterflies taste with their feet is one of the most fascinating aspects of their biology, showcasing the extraordinary adaptations that insects have evolved to thrive in their environments. This ability is due to specialized sensory organs called chemoreceptors located on their feet, particularly on their tarsal segments. These chemoreceptors are sensitive to chemical cues in their environment, allowing butterflies to taste surfaces they land on and determine whether they are suitable for feeding or laying eggs. When a butterfly lands on a plant, its feet instantly analyze the plant's chemical composition. For species that feed on nectar, this mechanism helps identify flowers that contain sugars or other nutrients they need. In the case of female butterflies, this ability is crucial for reproduction. They use their feet to detect plants that are ideal for their larvae to feed on, ensuring the survival of their offspring. If the chemical signals indicate that the plant is unsuitable, the butterfly will quickly move on to another. This adaptation is especially important for butterflies because their primary sense organs, their proboscis and antennae, are geared more towards feeding and navigation rather than surface assessment. By tasting with their feet, they can make immediate and informed decisions about their environment without relying on other senses that may be less effective for this purpose. This efficiency is critical for their survival, especially given their relatively short lifespans. The phenomenon also underscores the complexity of insect sensory systems, which often combine multiple senses in ways that seem alien compared to humans. While humans rely on taste buds in the mouth to experience flavor, butterflies' distributed chemosensory systems allow them to interact with their environment in a fundamentally different and highly specialized way. This unique method of tasting is not only a marvel of evolution, but also a reminder of the diverse ways life adapts to challenges in nature.
The fact that sharks existed before trees highlights the astonishing history and evolutionary resilience of these marine predators. Sharks first appeared over 400 million years ago during the Devonian period, a time often referred to as the Age of Fishes. In contrast, the earliest trees, which are believed to have emerged around 350 million years ago during the late Devonian to early Carboniferous period, are a much more recent development in Earth's history. This means that sharks predate not only trees but also many other major forms of life, including dinosaurs. Sharks' ancient lineage is reflected in their primitive yet highly effective design. These cartilaginous fish, characterized by skeletons made of cartilage rather than bone, have adapted remarkably well over millions of years. Early shark species were different in appearance from modern sharks, but already possessed many of the features that define them today, such as streamlined bodies and sharp teeth suited for predation. Their adaptability has enabled them to survive multiple mass extinction events that wiped out countless other species. On the other hand, the first trees, such as the extinct genus Archaeopteris, were not quite like modern trees. They were more akin to giant ferns or other primitive vascular plants, which played a significant role in transforming Earth's atmosphere by increasing oxygen levels and creating more stable ecosystems. Trees eventually evolved into diverse forms that now dominate terrestrial ecosystems, but their emergence was preceded by millions of years of marine dominance by sharks and other early aquatic life forms. This comparison between sharks and trees offers a humbling perspective on the vast timeline of Earth's history. While trees revolutionized terrestrial landscapes and ecosystems, sharks ruled the oceans long before plant life took root on land. The fact that sharks have persisted for so long underscores their resilience and the effectiveness of their evolutionary design, making them some of the most successful survivors in the history of life on Earth.
The heart of a blue whale, the largest animal to have ever lived on Earth, is a marvel of nature's engineering. This organ is not only astonishingly large, but also incredibly powerful, reflecting the immense size and needs of this marine giant. Weighing approximately 400 pounds or about 180 kilograms and roughly the size of a small car, the blue whale's heart is proportionally designed to pump blood through its colossal body, which can reach lengths of over 100 feet or 30 meters, and weigh as much as 200 tons. One of the most striking facts about this heart is that its main arteries are so large that a human could theoretically fit through them. These arteries, like the rest of the cardiovascular system, must accommodate the high volume of blood required to sustain such a massive creature. The heart pumps an estimated 58 gallons or 220 liters of blood per beat, with a resting heart rate of about 2 to 10 beats per minute. During dives, this rate can slow even further to conserve oxygen, showcasing the blue whale's incredible physiological adaptations to its oceanic lifestyle. Despite its size and power, the blue whale's heart is remarkably efficient. The whale's massive lungs oxygenate the blood, which the heart then circulates throughout the body to support its enormous muscles and organs. Even the whale's brain, one of the largest in the animal kingdom, is reliant on this powerful circulatory system to function effectively. The sheer scale of the blue whale's heart offers a fascinating perspective on life at the upper limits of biological possibility. It underscores the extraordinary adaptations necessary for survival in the vastness of the oceans. The fact that a human could theoretically swim through its arteries is a testament to the blue whale's enormity and serves as a powerful reminder of the diversity and scale of life on Earth.
The behavior of sea otters holding hands while they sleep, known as rafting, is one of the most endearing and practical adaptations observed in the animal kingdom. This behavior helps sea otters maintain physical connection with one another, preventing them from drifting apart while resting on the water's surface. It is particularly useful in their natural habitats, which often have strong ocean currents and tides. Sea otters form these rafts by linking their paws or sometimes entangling themselves in kelp, which acts as an anchor to keep them stationary. Rafting not only provides physical security, but also strengthens social bonds among otters. Groups of sea otters in a raft can vary in size from a few individuals to as many as 100, depending on factors such as location and environmental conditions. This behavior is especially critical for mothers and pups. A mother sea otter will hold her pup's paw or keep it wrapped in kelp to ensure its safety while she forages for food. The bond between a mother and her pup is strong, and this hand-holding habit is a vital part of nurturing and protecting the young. Rafting also plays a role in conserving energy. By staying together, sea otters can minimize exposure to environmental risks like predators and rough waters. This behavior underscores their social nature and cooperative tendencies, which are essential for their survival in cold coastal environments. In addition to being practical, the sight of sea otters holding hands has captured the hearts of people around the world, symbolizing unity and affection. It serves as a reminder of the intricate and sometimes touching ways animals have evolved to thrive in their ecosystems, while also appealing to human fascination with animal behavior.
The fact that some turtles can breathe through their butts is a fascinating example of nature's resourcefulness and evolutionary ingenuity. This unique ability, known as cloacal respiration, allows certain species of turtles to extract oxygen from water using specialized structures in their cloaca, a multi-purpose cavity located at the base of their tail. While butt breathing might sound humorous, it is a highly efficient adaptation that plays a crucial role in their survival, particularly during extended periods of submersion in water. Cloacal respiration is most commonly observed in aquatic and semi-aquatic turtles, such as the Australian Fitzroy river turtle and the eastern painted turtle. These species possess cloacal bursae, sac-like structures lined with an extensive network of blood vessels. These bursae act much like gills, allowing oxygen to diffuse directly into the bloodstream from water passing over them. This adaptation is especially useful during hibernation in cold water, where oxygen availability is low and the turtle's metabolism slows down significantly. The ability to breathe through their cloaca enables turtles to conserve energy. Unlike lung respiration, which requires muscular effort to expand and contract the lungs, cloacal respiration is a passive process. This makes it particularly advantageous in situations where energy conservation is critical, such as during hibernation, or when staying underwater for extended periods to avoid predators. While cloacal respiration is not the turtle's primary method of breathing, they still rely on their lungs for most of their oxygen needs. It serves as a vital backup system in challenging conditions. This ability exemplifies the incredible diversity of respiratory adaptations in the animal kingdom and underscores how species evolve to thrive in specific environments. The concept of cloacal respiration may seem odd to humans, but it highlights the complex and often surprising ways animals have adapted to their habitats. It's a reminder that survival in nature often involves creative solutions that defy our typical understanding of biology. The statement that Cleopatra lived closer in time to the moon landing in 1969 CE than to the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza circa 2570 BCE is a fascinating way to grasp the vastness of human history. It reveals how the timeline of ancient events can sometimes defy our expectations and assumptions. Cleopatra VII, the last active ruler of Egypt's Ptolemaic dynasty, was born in 69 BCE and died in 30 BCE. This places her reign approximately 2,000 years after the completion of the Great Pyramid, built during the reign of Pharaoh Khufu around 2570 BCE. Meanwhile, Cleopatra's lifetime was only about 2,000 years before the Apollo 11 moon landing, showing that she is temporally closer to modern technological achievements than to the construction of the iconic monument often associated with ancient Egypt. The Ptolemaic dynasty itself highlights the passage of time within Egyptian history. Established by Ptolemy I, a general of Alexander the Great, it ruled Egypt for nearly 300 years. By Cleopatra's era, Egypt was far removed from the Old Kingdom period when the Great Pyramid was built. The pyramid itself stood as an ancient relic, even in Cleopatra's time, much as it does for us today. This comparison also illustrates the dynamism of human progress. While the gap between the Great Pyramid and Cleopatra's reign spans millennia of Egyptian culture, it took only a couple of centuries after Cleopatra for the Roman Empire to fall, and less than 2,000 years after that for humanity to set foot on the moon. It underscores how historical milestones, though often categorized as ancient or modern, exist on a continuum rather than in isolated epochs.
The tale of Napoleon Bonaparte being attacked by a horde of rabbits is a curious anecdote from history, blending humour with the unexpected. The incident reportedly occurred in 1807, shortly after Napoleon had signed the Treaty of Tilsit, which ended hostilities between France and Russia. To celebrate this diplomatic success, Napoleon organised a rabbit hunt for himself and his entourage. The event was intended as a light-hearted diversion, with hundreds, possibly thousands of rabbits procured to ensure a plentiful game. The rabbits, however, were not wild as Napoleon may have anticipated. Instead, his chief of staff, Alexandre Berthier, had acquired tame rabbits, perhaps unaware that their behaviour would differ significantly from wild ones. When the cages were opened, rather than fleeing in fear, the rabbits charged toward Napoleon and his party. It is said that the tame rabbits, accustomed to humans and associating them with food, mistook the group for their caretakers, bringing a meal. The sheer number of rabbits overwhelmed the hunting party. Napoleon reportedly tried to shoo them away, even resorting to his riding crop, but the determined rabbits swarmed him. Eventually, the emperor and his entourage were forced to retreat, laughing at the absurdity of the situation. According to some accounts, they sought refuge in their carriages to escape the relentless assault. This amusing episode stands in stark contrast to Napoleon's reputation as a strategic genius and military commander, adding a light-hearted footnote to his otherwise formidable legacy. Whether exaggerated or entirely accurate, the story has endured as a charming reminder that even great historical figures are not immune to moments of unexpected hilarity.
During World War II, the United States developed an unconventional experimental weapon system known as the Bat Bomb. The project, officially called Project X-Ray, was initiated in 1942 under the direction of Dr. Little S. Adams, a Pennsylvania dentist and amateur inventor. Adams conceived the idea after visiting the Carlsbad Caverns in New Mexico, which were home to millions of bats. Inspired by the resilience and large numbers of these nocturnal creatures, he proposed using bats as carriers for incendiary devices. The concept was as audacious as it was innovative. Tiny incendiary bombs, weighing about an ounce, were to be attached to the bats. The plan involved releasing them over Japanese cities, where the bats would seek shelter in the wooden buildings and eaves. Once the bombs detonated, the resulting fires could cause widespread destruction. Given that many Japanese structures at the time were made of wood and paper, the potential for devastating fires was significant. The project received approval from President Franklin D. Roosevelt, and the U.S. Army Air Force took over its development. Testing began with various bat species to determine which could carry the small bombs effectively. Mexican free-tailed bats, abundant and robust, were selected. The bats were placed in canisters designed to be dropped from aircraft. Upon release, the canisters would open mid-air, allowing the bats to disperse and find shelter before the incendiaries ignited. However, the project faced numerous challenges. During one test in New Mexico, some bats escaped prematurely, causing accidental fires at the military base. Despite the initial promise, logistical difficulties, ethical concerns, and the rapid advancement of more conventional weapons, such as the atomic bomb, ultimately rendered Project X-Ray obsolete. By 1944, it was officially abandoned. While the Bat Bomb never saw deployment, it remains a fascinating example of the creativity and occasional absurdity of wartime experimentation. The idea demonstrated an unusual blend of biology and military innovation, reflecting the desperate lengths to which nations would go during the global conflict. Today, it serves as a curious footnote in the history of military science.
The Eiffel Tower, an iconic symbol of France, undergoes a fascinating phenomenon related to heat expansion. Constructed primarily of wrought iron, the tower's height fluctuates with temperature changes. During the summer months, when temperatures are higher, the tower can grow by as much as 6 inches, about 15 centimeters, due to thermal expansion. This occurs because metals, including iron, expand when heated. As the sun warms the Eiffel Tower, its iron components absorb heat and increase in volume. The effect is most pronounced in the tower's vertical structure, causing it to extend slightly upward. The expansion is uniform and carefully accounted for in its design, ensuring the structural integrity of the monument is never compromised. Thermal expansion is a fascinating process where materials expand when heated. For the Eiffel Tower, this means that as temperatures rise, the iron structure expands, causing the tower to grow slightly taller. Conversely, in colder months, the tower contracts as temperatures drop. This cyclical expansion and contraction are typical of iron structures, but are particularly notable in the Eiffel Tower due to its size and exposed location. At 330 meters or 1,083 feet tall, even small thermal changes can result in measurable differences in height. This phenomenon is a testament to the ingenuity of Gustav Eiffel, the engineer behind the tower's design. Constructed between 1887 and 1889 for the 1889 World's Fair in Paris, the Eiffel Tower was built with an understanding of the material properties of iron. The ability to flex and adapt to temperature changes contributes to its durability and longevity. Today, the Eiffel Tower's thermal expansion is not only a scientific curiosity, but also a reminder of the interplay between engineering and natural forces. It serves as a subtle yet remarkable demonstration of how monumental structures interact with their environment.
The year 1929 saw the births of three individuals who would leave an indelible mark on history: Anne Frank, Martin Luther King Jr., and Barbara Walters. Each of them contributed significantly to the worlds of human rights, social change and media, though their lives and legacies unfolded in vastly different contexts. Anne Frank, born on June 12, 1929 in Frankfurt, Germany, is one of the most poignant symbols of the Holocaust. Her diary, written while hiding from the Nazis in Amsterdam during World War II, offers a deeply personal account of life under oppression. Anne's reflections, aspirations and courage have resonated with millions around the world, serving as a reminder of the human cost of hatred and the resilience of the human spirit. Tragically, Anne died in early 1945 at the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, just months before the end of the war. Her diary, published posthumously as The Diary of a Young Girl, continues to educate and inspire. Martin Luther King Jr., born on January 15, 1929 in Atlanta, Georgia, became a central figure in the American civil rights movement. A Baptist minister and eloquent orator, King advocated for non-violent resistance to combat racial segregation and inequality. His leadership in landmark events such as the Montgomery bus boycott and the March on Washington, where he delivered his iconic "I Have a Dream" speech, helped to bring about critical legislation like the Civil Rights Act of 1964. King was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1964, but was assassinated on April 4, 1968, in Memphis, Tennessee. His legacy endures as a symbol of justice and equality. Barbara Walters, born on September 25, 1929, in Boston, Massachusetts, revolutionized the field of broadcast journalism. As the first female co-anchor of a network evening news program and the creator of popular interview shows like the Barbara Walters Specials and The View, Walters broke barriers for women in a male-dominated industry. Known for her probing interviews with world leaders, celebrities, and controversial figures, she brought a humanizing depth to journalism. Over her decades-long career, Walters became a trailblazer, inspiring generations of journalists before her retirement in 2014. She passed away in 2022, but remains a symbol of perseverance and professionalism. Though their lives were shaped by vastly different circumstances. Anne Frank amidst the horrors of the Holocaust, Martin Luther King Jr. in the struggle for civil rights, and Barbara Walters in the pursuit of media excellence. They all exemplify the profound impact individuals can have on the world. Their shared birth year of 1929 serves as a reminder that history is often shaped by people who, despite starting their journeys in the same era, respond uniquely to the challenges and opportunities of their time.
John Tyler, the 10th President of the United States from 1841 to 1845, holds a unique place in American history for a variety of reasons. Born on March 29, 1790, in Charles City County, Virginia, he ascended to the presidency following the sudden death of William Henry Harrison, making him the first vice president to assume the office under such circumstances. This established a precedent for presidential succession. Tyler's administration was marked by staunch support for states' rights and his opposition to measures like a national bank, which alienated him from his Whig Party allies and rendered him a president without a formal political base. Despite this, he was instrumental in key events, including the annexation of Texas in 1845, which helped lay the groundwork for westward expansion, but also fueled tensions over slavery. Tyler's personal life is as intriguing as his political career. He married twice and fathered 15 children, more than any other US president. Remarkably, some of his grandchildren are still alive today. This is due to the longevity of his descendants and the family's generational spacing. Tyler's son, Lyon Gardner Tyler Sr., born in 1853, fathered children late in life, including Lyon Gardner Tyler Jr., born in 1924, and Harrison Ruffin Tyler, born in 1928. Both of these grandsons survived well into the 21st century, with Harrison reportedly still living as of 2024. This connection to the 18th century, through living relatives, emphasizes how closely history intertwines with the present. Tyler's family legacy underscores the ways in which personal timelines can stretch across centuries, offering a tangible link to the early republic in contemporary times.
In ancient Egypt, it is said that servants were smeared with honey to attract flies away from the pharaoh. This practice, though unusual by modern standards, highlights the lengths to which the Egyptians went to ensure the comfort and well-being of their rulers. Flies were a persistent nuisance in the warm and humid climate of the Nile Valley, and their bites and buzzing could disrupt the pharaoh's tranquility, especially during ceremonial or official duties. The idea was that by covering servants with honey, the sweet, sticky substance would draw the flies away from the pharaoh, creating a protective barrier of sorts. This anecdote also reflects the hierarchical structure of ancient Egyptian society. The pharaoh was considered a divine figure, embodying the god's will on earth and ensuring cosmic order, or Ma'at. As such, their needs and comfort were prioritized above all else. Servants were often tasked with extraordinary duties, as their lives were dedicated to serving the pharaoh and other high-ranking officials. The honey-smearing practice, while peculiar, underscores the extreme measures employed to shield the pharaoh from even minor inconveniences. While this account is fascinating, it is worth noting that much of what we know about such practices comes from historical records and second-hand accounts, which might exaggerate or romanticize certain details. Nonetheless, the tale of honey-covered servants serves as a vivid example of the opulence and ingenuity, sometimes bordering on the bizarre, of ancient Egyptian court life.
The Great Fire of London, which broke out on September 2nd, 1666, was one of the most catastrophic events in the city's history. It began in a bakery on Pudding Lane, owned by Thomas Fariner, and quickly spread due to the densely packed timber-framed houses and strong winds. Over the course of 4 days, the fire consumed around 80% of the city within the old Roman walls, including 13,200 homes, 87 parish churches, St. Paul's Cathedral, and numerous public buildings. However, the official death toll was remarkably low, only 6 recorded deaths. The low number of fatalities is often questioned, as the records from that time may not have accounted for the deaths of the poor or unregistered residents. Many likely perished in the chaos, their remains unidentifiable in the ashes. The true number of casualties might have been much higher. Still, the limited recorded deaths are striking given the scale of destruction and the ferocity of the fire. One reason for the low death toll was the early warning and rapid evacuation efforts. People fled the flames, taking what possessions they could carry. Some sought refuge on the River Thames using boats to escape, while others made their way to open fields beyond the city limits. Additionally, the fire spread primarily through the wealthier parts of London, where residents were better equipped to flee. In the aftermath of the fire, London underwent significant rebuilding, which included the redesign of St. Paul's Cathedral by Sir Christopher Wren and the establishment of fire regulations. The disaster also spurred changes in urban planning, with wider streets and buildings made of brick and stone instead of wood. The fire, though devastating, marked a turning point in London's history, paving the way for a safer and more modern city.
The Guinness World Records book, a globally recognized compilation of human achievements and natural phenomena, has an interesting origin tied to pub culture. It was conceived in the early 1950s by Sir Hugh Beaver, the managing director of the Guinness Brewery in Ireland. The story goes that during a hunting trip in 1951, Sir Hugh found himself debating with friends about the fastest game bird in Europe. Realizing there was no reference book to definitively answer such questions, he saw an opportunity to create a resource to settle such disputes, particularly those that often arose in pub conversations. The idea evolved into a project aimed at compiling a book of facts and records that could be used to resolve arguments and foster friendly competition. To bring the concept to life, Sir Hugh enlisted the help of Norris and Ross McWhirter, twin brothers and fact-collecting researchers with a knack for compiling data. The first edition of the Guinness Book of Records was published on August 27, 1955. It quickly became a bestseller, with its entertaining mix of superlatives and trivia captivating readers. The book's association with the Guinness Brewery helped cement its popularity, as pubs became a natural setting for its use. Patrons would refer to the book to settle bets or simply to marvel at its contents. Over time, the publication evolved from a novelty item into an authoritative source on world records, expanding its scope to include a diverse array of human achievements and natural wonders. Today, the Guinness World Records brand is a global phenomenon, encompassing books, television shows, and live events. It continues to celebrate extraordinary feats and inspire people to push the boundaries of what is possible. Despite its evolution, the book's roots in settling pub debates remain a charming reminder of its humble and uniquely social origins.
Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States, is widely celebrated for his leadership during the Civil War and his role in ending slavery. But fewer people know about his athletic prowess, particularly as a wrestler. Long before his political career, Lincoln gained a reputation as an accomplished wrestler during his youth and early adulthood, earning him a posthumous spot in the National Wrestling Hall of Fame. Growing up on the frontier, physical strength and skill were highly valued, and wrestling was a common pastime. Lincoln, who stood 6 feet 4 inches tall and was lean but exceptionally strong, used his height and reach to his advantage. He reportedly participated in over 300 matches and lost only one, a record that cemented his legendary status. One of his most famous bouts took place in the early 1830s in New Salem, Illinois, against a local champion named Jack Armstrong. The match ended in a draw after a hard-fought contest, but it earned Lincoln the respect of Armstrong and his gang, solidifying his reputation as both a formidable wrestler and a fair, honest competitor. Lincoln's wrestling style was described as a mix of brute strength and tactical skill. His athleticism reflected his rugged upbringing and ability to relate to common people, traits that later contributed to his political charisma. While he didn't pursue wrestling professionally, his success in the sport became part of the folklore surrounding his larger-than-life persona. In 1992, Lincoln was inducted into the National Wrestling Hall of Fame as an outstanding American honoree, a recognition of his contributions to the sport's history and his embodiment of its values. This unique accolade showcases a lesser-known dimension of one of America's most iconic leaders, reminding us of his versatility and grounded connection to the people he served. The idea that bananas are berries but strawberries aren't stems from the botanical definitions of these fruits, which differ from everyday usage. In botany, a berry is a type of fruit that develops from a single ovary of a flower and typically contains multiple seeds embedded within its fleshy interior. Examples of true berries include bananas, grapes, and kiwis. Bananas fit this definition because they form from a single ovary and have a soft, fleshy interior with seeds, even if the seeds are tiny in cultivated varieties. Strawberries, on the other hand, don't qualify as berries by botanical standards. They are considered aggregate fruits because they develop from a single flower with multiple ovaries. The small, seed-like structures on the surface of a strawberry are actually individual fruits called achenes, each containing a single seed. The fleshy part we eat is an enlarged receptacle, not the fruit itself. This distinction highlights how scientific classifications can differ significantly from common perceptions. Many fruits we colloquially refer to as berries, such as raspberries and blackberries, also fail to meet the botanical criteria as they are aggregate fruits. Meanwhile, fruits like bananas and tomatoes, which we don't usually think of as berries, fit the definition perfectly. This discrepancy can surprise many people and demonstrates the fascinating complexity of plant biology.
Water can boil and freeze simultaneously under a specific set of conditions known as the triple point. This phenomenon occurs when the temperature and pressure are such that water exists in equilibrium as a solid, liquid, and gas. For water, the triple point is at a precise temperature of 0.01 degrees Celsius, 32.018 degrees Fahrenheit, and a pressure of 611.657 pascals, 0.00604 atmospheres. These conditions are highly specific and not typically encountered in everyday life. At the triple point, the energy being added to the water is perfectly balanced among the three phases. As heat enters the system, some water molecules transition into vapor, boiling, while others form a crystalline structure, freezing. This equilibrium is a direct result of the unique molecular properties of water and the precise interplay between pressure and temperature. The triple point is significant in both scientific and practical contexts. It serves as a reference point for calibrating thermometers and is a critical concept in thermodynamics. Furthermore, understanding the triple point of various substances is essential in fields like meteorology, engineering, and material science, where phase changes influence real-world phenomena. For example, in a laboratory, achieving the triple point of water involves carefully controlling the environmental conditions using specialized equipment. Observing the coexistence of ice, liquid water, and vapor at the triple point provides a striking visual representation of the intricate balance governing phase transitions.
The fax machine, or facsimile, was a groundbreaking invention patented by Alexander Bain in 1843, well before the telephone became a reality. Bain, a Scottish clockmaker and inventor, devised a method for transmitting images using synchronized pendulums, making it the world's first device capable of electronically reproducing documents. His invention was rudimentary compared to modern fax machines, but it laid the foundation for future advancements in telecommunications and imaging technology. Bain's device worked by scanning an image line by line with a stylus. The machine would convert the visual information into electrical signals, which were then transmitted to a receiver. The receiver in turn recreated the image using a chemically treated surface. Although the process was slow and the quality of the transmitted image was limited, the principles of scanning and encoding information in this way remain central to modern faxing. This innovation predated the telephone by over 3 decades, highlighting the visionary nature of Bain's work. It was a precursor to the development of more sophisticated fax machines, which would only gain widespread use in the 20th century, especially with the advent of telephone networks. Bain's invention demonstrates how early technologists imagined ways to bridge distances and share information long before many of the tools we take for granted today were even conceived.
The immortal jellyfish, known scientifically as Turritopsis dohrnii, is a remarkable marine creature capable of defying the aging process. Found in oceans worldwide, it is renowned for its extraordinary biological ability to revert to an earlier stage of its life cycle under certain conditions, effectively allowing it to escape death by natural aging. While this doesn't mean individual jellyfish live forever in a practical sense, their potential for indefinite regeneration is unique in the animal kingdom. The life cycle of Turritopsis dohrnii begins like other jellyfish, as a free-swimming larva called a planula. The planula eventually settles on a surface, such as a rock or seabed, and develops into a polyp. From the polyp stage, it buds off into multiple medusae, which are the adult jellyfish we typically recognize. Unlike other species, when faced with stress, injury, or unfavorable environmental conditions, an adult Turritopsis dohrnii can transform its cells to revert to the polyp stage, starting its life cycle anew. This process, known as transdifferentiation, involves the reprogramming of specialized cells back into stem cells, which can then develop into new types of cells needed for the polyp structure. This ability has drawn significant attention from scientists studying aging and regenerative medicine. Understanding the genetic and molecular mechanisms behind the jellyfish's transdifferentiation process could provide insights into reversing cellular aging and developing therapies for degenerative diseases in humans. However, while theoretically immortal, Turritopsis dohrnii is not invincible. It can still fall prey to predators, disease, or environmental threats. The existence of Turritopsis dohrnii serves as a profound reminder of nature's complexity and the untapped potential within biological systems. Its unique life cycle challenges traditional notions of life and death, offering a glimpse into the possibilities of biological regeneration and longevity.
The statement that a teaspoon of honey is the lifetime work of 12 bees highlights the immense collective effort that honeybees undertake to produce even a small quantity of honey. This insight into the industrious lives of honeybees underscores the complexity and efficiency of their social structure and the vital role they play in ecosystems. Honey is produced by worker bees, which are all females, during the active foraging seasons of spring and summer. These bees collect nectar from flowers, a sugary liquid that serves as the raw material for honey. A single bee typically visits between 50 to 100 flowers in one foraging trip, collecting only a small amount of nectar each time. Over its lifetime, which lasts around 6 weeks during peak activity, a worker bee produces just about 1/12 of a teaspoon of honey. This means it takes the collective efforts of 12 bees working tirelessly to fill a single teaspoon. The process of honey production is meticulous and highly organized. Once nectar is gathered, it is stored in the bee's honey stomach, a specialized organ separate from its digestive system. Enzymes in the stomach begin breaking down the nectar's sugars into simpler compounds such as glucose and fructose. Back at the hive, the bee regurgitates the partially processed nectar into the cells of the honeycomb, where other worker bees fan it with their wings to evaporate excess water, concentrating the nectar into the thick golden substance we know as honey. The honey is then capped with beeswax to preserve it for future use as a food source for the colony. And this extraordinary production process is not only a testament to the teamwork and efficiency of honeybees, but also to their critical role in agriculture and ecosystems. While producing honey, bees pollinate a vast array of crops and wild plants, supporting biodiversity and food production worldwide. However, the scale of their effort also highlights their vulnerability. Declines in bee populations due to habitat loss, pesticides, climate change, and disease have raised concerns about the sustainability of this essential process. Recognizing the sheer labor behind each drop of honey emphasizes the importance of protecting honeybee populations. Their work, while seemingly small on an individual level, contributes significantly to ecological balance and human food security.
The idea that if you shuffle a deck of cards, it's almost certain that the resulting order has never existed before is based on a concept in probability and combinatorics. This fascinating fact stems from the astronomical number of possible arrangements, or permutations, of a standard 52-card deck. The number of these permutations is given by 52 factorial, which is the product of all integers from 52 down to 1. 52 factorial equals 52 times 51 times 50 times, and so on, down to 2 times 1. The result of this calculation is approximately 8.0658 times 10 to the power of 67, a number so vast that it defies ordinary comprehension. To illustrate how large 52 factorial is, consider the following comparisons. The estimated number of atoms in the observable universe is around 10 to the power of 80. The number of card permutations, though smaller, is of a similar magnitude. If every person on Earth, around 8 billion people, shuffled a deck of cards once per second since the beginning of the universe, about 13.8 billion years ago, they wouldn't come close to generating all possible permutations. This astronomical number means that each shuffle of a deck is incredibly likely to produce a sequence of cards that has never existed in the history of the universe. Even if every deck of cards ever shuffled by humans since the invention of playing cards were accounted for, the total would still represent only a minuscule fraction of the possible permutations. Each card in the deck has an independent position relative to the others, and the number of combinations grows exponentially as more cards are added. This rapid growth in permutations is a fundamental characteristic of factorial mathematics, making the number of unique arrangements practically infinite on a human scale. Practical implications. While it's theoretically possible to repeat an arrangement, since 52 factorial is finite, the chances of it happening randomly are so low as to be negligible. The randomness introduced by a proper shuffle ensures a near total uniqueness of the order every time. This has practical applications in games of chance, where shuffling creates fairness by making outcomes unpredictable. A reflection on probability and uniqueness. The realization that each shuffled deck represents a likely one-of-a-kind order is a humbling reminder of the vastness inherent in combinatorial mathematics. It invites us to appreciate the concept of infinity in a tangible way, transforming an ordinary activity like shuffling cards into an encounter with the extraordinary.
Your stomach's ability to function without digesting itself is one of the marvels of human biology. This is made possible by its extraordinary capacity to regenerate its lining every 3 to 4 days. This rapid turnover is crucial because the stomach lining is constantly exposed to highly acidic gastric juices and digestive enzymes, both of which are powerful enough to break down food and potentially the stomach's own tissues if left unchecked. The stomach plays a critical role in digestion by secreting gastric juices composed of hydrochloric acid and digestive enzymes like pepsin. These substances are essential for breaking down proteins into smaller peptides and preparing food for absorption in the intestines. However, the hydrochloric acid is highly corrosive, with a pH as low as 1.5 to 3.5, comparable to battery acid. Additionally, pepsin is a protease, an enzyme that digests proteins, which includes the proteins that make up the stomach's own tissues. To prevent self-digestion, the stomach has several protective mechanisms. First, the mucus layer. The inner lining of the stomach is coated with a thick layer of mucus, which acts as a physical barrier. This mucus contains bicarbonate, which neutralizes stomach acid near the stomach wall, protecting it from direct contact with the corrosive environment. Next, tight junctions. The cells of the stomach lining are tightly packed together, forming a strong barrier that prevents gastric juices from leaking into deeper tissues. And lastly, regeneration. Despite these protections, the harsh environment of the stomach causes significant wear and tear on its epithelial cells. To counteract this, the stomach regenerates its epithelial lining every 3 to 4 days. This rapid cell turnover ensures that damaged or dead cells are replaced promptly, maintaining the integrity of the stomach wall. The regenerative process is driven by stem cells located in the stomach's gastric glands. These stem cells divide rapidly, producing new epithelial cells that migrate upward to replace the worn-out ones lining the stomach. This continuous cycle ensures the stomach remains functional and intact despite the constant assault of acid and enzymes. When the stomach's protective mechanisms fail or are overwhelmed, conditions like gastritis, which is the inflammation of the stomach lining, or peptic ulcers can develop. These occur when the acid damages the stomach tissue, often exacerbated by factors like Helicobacter pylori infection, prolonged use of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, excessive alcohol consumption, or stress. In severe cases, untreated ulcers can lead to perforation of the stomach wall, which is a medical emergency. The stomach's ability to continuously rebuild itself highlights the precision and resilience of the human body. The balance between the destructive forces of digestion and the protective mechanisms of regeneration ensures that the stomach can perform its vital role without succumbing to its own power. Understanding this process not only sheds light on how the stomach works, but also emphasizes the importance of maintaining good gastrointestinal health.
The inability to burp in space is a peculiar and fascinating consequence of microgravity, the condition of near weightlessness experienced by astronauts in orbit. On Earth, gravity plays a crucial role in the functioning of the digestive system, particularly in separating gases from liquids and solids in the stomach. In space, the absence of gravity disrupts this process, making burping as we know it virtually impossible. Under normal conditions on Earth, when you swallow food, liquid, or even air, your stomach fills with a mixture of solids, liquids, and gases. Gravity causes these components to settle into distinct layers. Liquids pool at the bottom, solids mix in the middle, and gases rise to the top. When gas builds up in your stomach, the esophageal sphincter, a muscular valve at the top of the stomach, relaxes to allow the gas to escape as a burp. This separation ensures that only gas is released, leaving liquids and solids in place. In the microgravity environment of space, this natural separation of stomach contents doesn't occur. Instead, the gas, liquid, and solid components mix into a homogeneous slurry. If an astronaut tries to burp in space, the gas cannot escape independently because it's trapped within this mixture. As a result, attempting to burp often leads to what astronauts call a wet burp, where both gas and stomach contents are expelled simultaneously, essentially a small regurgitation. This phenomenon is one of the many adjustments astronauts must make when living and working in space. To minimize discomfort, astronauts are advised to eat and drink carefully, avoiding behaviors that might introduce excessive air into the stomach. The design of space food and beverages also takes this into account. Carbonated drinks, for instance, are generally avoided because they can cause excessive gas buildup, which becomes particularly problematic in microgravity. The inability to burp in space may seem like a minor inconvenience, but it underscores the profound impact of microgravity on human biology. Many bodily functions that are routine on Earth become more complex in space, requiring careful management to ensure astronaut comfort and health. As space exploration advances and missions grow longer, understanding and mitigating such challenges will become increasingly important. This quirky fact about burping also serves as a reminder of how much we take gravity for granted in everyday life. On Earth, gravity effortlessly orchestrates countless processes in our bodies that we rarely notice, until they stop working the way we expect.
The idea that there are more stars in the universe than grains of sand on all the Earth's beaches is a breathtaking reflection of the scale of the cosmos. This statement, often attributed to astronomers like Carl Sagan, is not only poetic but also rooted in scientific reasoning and estimations. It emphasizes the vastness of the universe and the humbling realization of humanity's small place within it. To understand the comparison, consider the number of grains of sand on Earth's beaches. While it's impossible to count every grain directly, scientists estimate that there are roughly 7.5 times 10 to the power of 18, or 7.5 quintillion grains of sand on all the beaches of the world. This estimate is based on the average size of a grain of sand, the depth and width of sand layers on beaches, and the total area of sandy coastlines. The number of stars in the observable universe is even more staggering. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, alone contains about 100 to 400 billion stars. The observable universe is estimated to contain about 2 trillion galaxies, many of which are similar in size to the Milky Way, while some are even larger. Multiplying the number of stars per galaxy by the estimated number of galaxies, astronomers arrive at a figure of approximately 1 times 10 to the power of 24 stars, 1 septillion stars. When comparing 10 to the power of 18 grains of sand on Earth to 10 to the power of 24 stars in the universe, it becomes evident that the number of stars far exceeds the number of sand grains. To put it in perspective, for every grain of sand on every beach, there are likely around 1 million stars in the observable universe. This comparison only considers the stars in the observable universe, which is limited to what light has had time to reach us since the universe began, about 13.8 billion years ago. The total universe may be far larger, potentially infinite, containing an uncountable number of stars. If this is the case, the disparity between stars and grains of sand would be even greater. This comparison inspires a profound sense of awe about the scale of the universe. It underscores the limitations of human comprehension when faced with astronomical numbers and distances. While grains of sand are tangible and familiar, stars are distant and mysterious, yet they both serve as metaphors for the sheer abundance of the cosmos. The phrase also reminds us of the interconnectedness of the universe. Grains of sand are formed by processes like erosion and weathering on Earth, while stars are born from the collapse of cosmic gas clouds in faraway galaxies. Both represent the outcomes of natural processes that occur across vastly different scales and timescales. This comparison is more than just a fact. It's a gateway to deeper curiosity about the universe and our place within it, encouraging both wonder and humility.
The statement, "A bolt of lightning is 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun," captures the astonishing intensity of lightning, one of nature's most dramatic phenomena. This comparison emphasizes the incredible energy involved in lightning strikes and the unique physical conditions they create. A typical bolt of lightning can reach temperatures of approximately 30,000 Kelvin or 53,540 degrees Fahrenheit or 29,727 degrees Celsius at its core. This extreme heat is generated in an instant as electrical energy travels through the air, ionizing it into a plasma, a state of matter where electrons are stripped from atoms. This ionization process, combined with the immense electrical discharge, creates the extraordinary temperatures associated with lightning. By contrast, the surface of the Sun, known as the photosphere, has an average temperature of about 6,000 Kelvin or 10,340 degrees Fahrenheit or 5,727 degrees Celsius. This is considerably cooler than the temperatures reached in a lightning strike. However, it's important to note that the Sun's core is far hotter, around 15 million Kelvin, due to nuclear fusion processes. The extreme heat of lightning is a result of the immense electrical energy involved in its formation. A lightning strike typically occurs when a build-up of electrical charge in a cloud seeks to equalize with the ground or another part of the cloud. When this charge difference becomes great enough, a rapid discharge occurs, sending a current of up to 100,000 amperes through the atmosphere. This sudden flow of electricity heats the surrounding air to tens of thousands of degrees Kelvin in a fraction of a second. The incredible heat of lightning has a range of effects. Thunder. The rapid heating and subsequent expansion of the air around the lightning bolt create a shockwave which we perceive as thunder. Light. The heat ionizes the air producing the brilliant flash of light associated with lightning. Material affects lightning can melt or vaporize materials it strikes, including sand, which can fuse into glass-like structures called fulgurites. Trees struck by lightning often explode or catch fire due to the intense heat and sudden vaporization of internal moisture. While a lightning bolt's temperature exceeds that of the sun's surface, the comparison is limited by the vastly different contexts. The sun's surface maintains its temperature consistently across an enormous area fueled by nuclear fusion, whereas the extreme heat of lightning is localized and fleeting, lasting only microseconds. Awe-inspiring energy. The fact that a transient bolt of lightning can momentarily outshine the surface heat of our sun highlights the extraordinary energy present in Earth's atmosphere. It's a reminder of the power of natural phenomena and the intricate physics at play in the world around us. Understanding the properties of lightning not only deepens our appreciation of its beauty and power, but also underscores the importance of respecting its dangers. Its extraordinary heat, combined with its electrical force, makes it a phenomenon to marvel at and approach with caution.
The idea that your body has more bacterial cells than human cells has been a fascinating concept in microbiology, but recent studies have refined this understanding. Traditionally, it was believed that the human body contains 10 times more bacterial cells than human cells. However, a 2016 analysis recalculated this ratio and suggested that the numbers are closer to 1-to-1. This means that the human body has roughly the same number of bacterial cells as human cells, with some variation depending on factors like body size, health, and microbiome composition. Bacteria in the body are part of the microbiome, a vast ecosystem of microorganisms that inhabit areas like the skin, mouth, gut, and other surfaces. The gut microbiome alone contains trillions of bacteria, primarily in the colon, where they play essential roles in digestion, immunity, and even mental health. For example, these microbes help break down complex carbohydrates, produce vital nutrients like certain B vitamins and vitamin K, and influence the immune system's responses to infections and allergens. Though bacterial cells are smaller than human cells, their collective genetic material, known as the microbiome, vastly outnumbers the human genome. The human genome consists of about 20,000 protein-coding genes, while the microbiome contains millions of genes that contribute to critical metabolic and regulatory functions. This symbiotic relationship between humans and their microbial counterparts highlights how bacteria are not merely passive residents, but active contributors to our well-being. Understanding the balance of bacterial populations in the body is crucial. While most bacteria are harmless or beneficial, imbalances can lead to issues like infections, autoimmune disorders, or chronic inflammation. Advances in research are now focusing on how to modulate the microbiome through diet, probiotics, and medical interventions to enhance health outcomes. This evolving field underscores the complexity and importance of the interplay between human cells and bacterial cells in maintaining overall health.
Humans do indeed glow in the dark, a phenomenon known as bioluminescence. Although the light emitted is so faint, about 1,000 times weaker than the human eye can detect unaided, that it remains invisible under normal circumstances. This bioluminescence occurs due to natural biochemical reactions within our bodies, primarily involving the oxidation of biomolecules. At the cellular level, light emission in humans arises from metabolic processes. During metabolism, free radicals are generated as byproducts of energy production. These reactive molecules can interact with lipids, proteins, and other cellular components, causing oxidative reactions. When these reactions occur, certain molecules, known as excited carbonyls, emit photons, particles of light, as they return to their ground state. This emission is what causes the faint glow. Research has shown that human bioluminescence is not constant, but follows a diurnal rhythm, peaking in the late afternoon and being lowest at night. This variation correlates with metabolic activity, which tends to fluctuate throughout the day. The highest light emissions are often observed on the face, neck, and hands, likely because these areas have higher concentrations of metabolic activity or exposed skin that interacts more with environmental factors. The intensity of human bioluminescence is about 1,000 times dimmer than the threshold of human vision. Specialized equipment, such as highly sensitive cameras, is required to capture this faint glow. Studies using such equipment have revealed patterns and intensities of light that vary across the body and over time. The exact biological purpose of human bioluminescence remains unclear, and it may simply be a byproduct of metabolic processes rather than serving a specific function. However, studying this phenomenon has practical implications, especially in medicine. Variations in light emission could potentially indicate changes in metabolic states, oxidative stress, or the presence of disease. For example, some researchers are investigating whether bioluminescence can be used as a non-invasive diagnostic tool to monitor health conditions. Bioluminescence is not unique to humans and is more pronounced in certain animals, such as fireflies and deep-sea creatures, where it serves clear purposes like communication camouflage or predation. In humans, however, it is so faint and functionally ambiguous that it is more of a scientific curiosity than a practical trait. Nevertheless, it provides a fascinating glimpse into the subtle and intricate processes that occur in living organisms.
The idea that human bones are about 5 times stronger than steel of the same density highlights the incredible strength-to-weight ratio of bone tissue. This comparison does not mean bones are unbreakable, but underscores how well adapted they are to the stresses and demands of the human body. Bone is a composite material made primarily of a protein matrix, collagen, and a mineral phase, hydroxyapatite, a calcium phosphate compound, which together give it exceptional properties of strength and resilience. When scientists say bones are 5 times stronger than steel of the same density, they are referring to the material's tensile strength and compressive strength relative to its weight. Bone is incredibly light due to its porous structure, which reduces density without compromising structural integrity. If you were to compare a piece of bone and steel with the same weight, the bone would outperform steel in terms of resisting fractures under compressive forces. This impressive strength comes from bone's ability to absorb energy and flex slightly under stress. Unlike steel, which can deform or fail catastrophically under high stress, bone's unique combination of rigidity and elasticity allows it to withstand significant forces while distributing stress evenly. This property makes bone a natural engineering marvel. Bone's strength lies in its hierarchical structure. At the macroscopic level, long bones like the femur are hollow, with a dense outer shell, cortical bone, and a lightweight, spongy interior trabecular bone. This design minimizes weight while maximizing strength. At the microscopic level, the arrangement of collagen fibers and mineral crystals forms a lattice that resists cracks and fractures. On an even smaller scale, the molecular bonding within collagen and hydroxyapatite contributes to bone's mechanical properties. Bone strength is not static. Bones are dynamic and constantly remodel themselves in response to stress, a process known as Wolff's Law. When subjected to regular physical activity, bones become denser and stronger. Conversely, inactivity or conditions like osteoporosis can lead to decreased bone density and strength, making bones more susceptible to fractures. While bone is stronger than steel of the same density, it is important to note that it can still break under excessive force or stress. For example, a fall or high-impact trauma can exceed bone's load-bearing capacity, leading to fractures. In engineering terms, bone excels in its balance of strength, weight, and adaptability, rather than in raw strength alone. Understanding the properties of bone has implications for fields like biomaterials and orthopedics. For instance, the study of bone's composite structure has inspired the development of lightweight, durable materials in engineering and the creation of biocompatible implants for joint replacements or bone grafts. Additionally, treatments for bone diseases and injuries often focus on harnessing or mimicking bone's natural regenerative capacity. Ultimately, the strength of bone reflects millions of years of evolution, optimizing it for the roles it plays in protecting vital organs, enabling movement and supporting the body. Its remarkable properties, strength, resilience and adaptability, underscore why bone is one of nature's most fascinating materials.
The human brain's ability to generate enough electricity to power a small light bulb is a testament to its remarkable biological and electrical functions. While the brain's electricity output isn't intended for powering devices, this analogy is often used to illustrate the brain's energetic activity and the intricate processes that sustain human life. The brain's electricity comes from the communication between neurons, the specialized cells responsible for processing and transmitting information. Neurons communicate via electrical impulses known as action potentials. These impulses are generated by the movement of charged ions, such as sodium and potassium, across the neuron's membrane. When a neuron fires, it creates a tiny electrical current. The brain contains approximately 86 billion neurons, each capable of firing multiple times per second. This collective activity results in measurable electrical signals, which can be detected through techniques like electroencephalography or EEG. The combined energy from all these electrical signals is estimated to be about 20 watts, which is roughly enough to light a small incandescent bulb. Although the brain generates electricity, it is also a highly energy-demanding organ. Despite accounting for only about 2% of the body's weight, the brain consumes around 20% of the body's energy at rest. This energy is used to maintain the ionic gradients necessary for neural signaling, support synaptic activity, and sustain other essential functions. The brain's energy demands are fueled by glucose and oxygen delivered through the bloodstream. The metabolic processes within neurons convert these substances into the energy needed for electrical signaling. Any disruption in this energy supply, such as during a stroke or hypoglycemia, can impair brain function. Applications of brain electricity. The electrical activity of the brain has significant scientific and medical implications. EEG, for instance, allows researchers and clinicians to monitor brain function by recording electrical patterns. This tool is used to diagnose conditions like epilepsy, monitor sleep disorders, and study brainwave patterns associated with different mental states. Moreover, the brain's electrical properties are inspiring advancements in neurotechnology. Brain-computer interfaces, or BCIs, for example, harness electrical signals from the brain to control external devices, offering hope for individuals with paralysis or other motor impairments. Symbolic power. The analogy of the brain generating enough electricity to power a light bulb is not just a scientific fact, it's also a powerful symbol of human potential and creativity. It highlights how a biological organ can produce and manage energy in ways that sustain complex thought, emotion, and behavior. This metaphor connects the physical processes of the brain to the idea of illuminating human consciousness and ingenuity. Limitations and perspective. While the brain generates electrical energy, it does so in a way tailored to biological function rather than efficiency or external power. The 20-watt energy output pales in comparison to that of most electronic devices. Nonetheless, the brain's ability to manage this energy efficiently and adaptively remains a marvel of evolution, underscoring its unparalleled role in sustaining life and driving human innovation.
The claim that the average person produces about 25,000 quarts, or roughly 23,700 liters, of saliva in a lifetime, enough to fill 2 average-sized swimming pools, underscores the impressive and often underestimated role saliva plays in human physiology. This remarkable production highlights the vital role saliva plays in digestion, oral health, and overall well-being. On average, a person produces about 1 to 1.5 liters of saliva per day, although this amount can vary depending on factors such as hydration, diet, age, and health. Saliva production is regulated by the salivary glands, three major pairs, parotid, submandibular and sublingual, and hundreds of minor salivary glands distributed throughout the mouth. These glands work together to keep the oral cavity moist and functional. Saliva is much more than just mouth moisture. It performs several critical functions. Digestive role. Saliva contains enzymes like amylase, which begins the breakdown of carbohydrates in the mouth. It also helps form a bolus, a soft mass of chewed food that is easier to swallow and move through the digestive system. Oral health. Saliva protects teeth and gums by neutralizing acids produced by bacteria, washing away food particles, and providing minerals like calcium and phosphate that help repair enamel. It also contains antimicrobial agents that combat harmful bacteria and fungi. Lubrication and speech. Saliva keeps the mouth moist, making it easier to speak and swallow without discomfort. Taste perception. By dissolving food molecules, saliva allows them to interact with taste buds, enhancing the perception of flavors. Over a typical lifespan of around 70 to 80 years, the cumulative daily production of saliva adds up to approximately 25,000 quarts. While this number is an estimate and varies from person to person, it illustrates the sheer volume of this vital bodily fluid generated quietly and continuously. The swimming pool comparison. To put 25,000 quarts into perspective, an average swimming pool holds approximately 12,000 to 15,000 gallons of water. Since 1 quart is equal to 0.25 gallons, 25,000 quarts translates to 6,250 gallons, roughly enough to fill 2 medium-sized swimming pools. While this comparison is figurative, it helps convey the scale of saliva production over a lifetime. Variations and health implications. Saliva production can vary significantly due to age, health conditions, and medications. For instance, conditions like xerostomia, or dry mouth, or Sjögren's syndrome reduce saliva production, leading to discomfort, difficulty swallowing, and increased risk of dental decay. Conversely, excessive saliva production or hypersalivation may occur due to certain medical conditions, medications, or oral irritants. Scientific and medical importance. The study of saliva has become increasingly significant in medical research. Saliva contains biomarkers that can be used to diagnose diseases, monitor hormone levels, and assess general health. Salivary diagnostics is a growing field, offering a non-invasive way to gain insights into systemic conditions like diabetes or infections. Conclusion. The production of saliva is a remarkable biological process that often goes unnoticed. From aiding digestion and protecting oral health to enabling speech and taste, saliva plays a multifaceted role in maintaining human life. The staggering amount produced over a lifetime is a testament to its importance and efficiency in keeping us healthy and functional.
The claim that the human stomach can dissolve razor blades may sound shocking, but it is rooted in the impressive properties of stomach acid. Stomach acid, primarily composed of hydrochloric acid, is one of the most potent acids produced naturally by the human body. It has a pH level ranging between 1.5 and 3.5, making it strong enough to break down the complex molecules in food into absorbable nutrients. Its high acidity allows it to dissolve materials like bone and certain metals to some degree. This is why some experiments have demonstrated that stomach acid can corrode or dissolve a razor blade over time. Razor blades are typically made of stainless steel, which is resistant to corrosion. However, the hydrochloric acid in the stomach can weaken and break down the razor blade's surface, particularly if it is exposed for an extended period. Studies using simulated gastric acid in laboratory settings have shown that the acid can cause significant damage to a blade, but the process is not instantaneous. It takes hours or days for noticeable corrosion to occur. This illustrates the stomach acid's powerful role in digestion, but also underscores its limitations. It does not completely dissolve metal instantly. Despite this capability, swallowing a razor blade or any sharp or hazardous object is highly dangerous and should never be attempted. The stomach and digestive tract are lined with tissues that are vulnerable to cuts, punctures, and other injuries. Even if the stomach acid begins to corrode a blade, the sharp edges could cause severe damage to the esophagus, stomach lining, or intestines before the blade is dissolved. Such injuries could lead to infections, internal bleeding, or even death. Medical professionals emphasize the importance of seeking immediate attention if a sharp object is accidentally swallowed. The ability of stomach acid to break down tough materials is a fascinating aspect of human biology. It highlights how our bodies are equipped to handle complex tasks like digestion, but also reminds us of the limits of our anatomy and the potential risks of testing its boundaries.
The human skeleton undergoes remarkable changes from birth to adulthood, one of which is the decrease in the number of bones. Babies are born with approximately 300 bones, many of which are made of cartilage or are small, separate bone structures. Over time, these bones fuse together during growth and development, resulting in the 206 bones that typically make up an adult skeleton. This process of fusion is essential for creating a stronger and more rigid skeletal structure, while allowing for the flexibility required during infancy. Why do babies have more bones? At birth, a baby's skeleton is designed to be flexible and adaptable. This is partly because many of their bones are made primarily of cartilage, a softer and more pliable tissue than bone. This flexibility helps the baby navigate the birthing process, allowing the skull to compress slightly to pass through the birth canal. The cartilage also provides room for rapid growth during the early years of life. Over time, as the baby grows, cartilage is replaced by bone through a process called ossification, where calcium and other minerals are deposited to harden the tissue. Bone fusion during development. Many of the bones in a baby's body are in separate pieces to allow for growth. For instance, the skull is made up of multiple bones connected by soft areas called fontanelles. These fontanelles enable the skull to expand as the brain grows and eventually close as the child matures, fusing the skull bones into a solid structure. Similarly, the vertebrae in the spine, the bones of the pelvis, and the long bones of the arms and legs also fuse during development. Examples of bone fusion. A baby's skull consists of about 22 separate bones at birth, which gradually fuse into a rigid cranium by adulthood. In infants, the sacrum, the triangular bone at the base of the spine, consists of 5 separate vertebrae. These vertebrae fuse into a single bone by the time a person reaches their 20s. The coccyx, or tailbone, is made up of several small vertebrae that also fuse into a single bone in adulthood. The fusion of bones serves to enhance stability, support and protection as the body grows and develops. For instance, the fused bones in the adult skull provide a rigid casing for the brain, while the fused pelvis forms a sturdy base to support the body's weight and facilitate movement. The flexibility of a baby's skeleton is a double-edged sword. While it helps protect against fractures by bending rather than breaking under pressure, it also means that a baby's bones are more prone to deformities if subjected to prolonged stress, such as poor posture or certain medical conditions. The transition from 300 bones to 206 is a fascinating example of how the human body evolves to meet the demands of different life stages. From the pliable, adaptable structure of infancy to the solid, supportive framework of adulthood, this transformation highlights the body's incredible ability to grow and adapt.
The claim that blood travels 12,000 miles daily in the human body reflects the incredible efficiency and tireless work of the cardiovascular system. This system, consisting of the heart, blood vessels, and blood itself, ensures that oxygen, nutrients, hormones, and waste products are transported throughout the body. To achieve this, blood travels immense distances in a continuous loop that sustains life. Blood is pumped by the heart through an intricate network of blood vessels, which include arteries, veins, and capillaries. The systemic circulation carries oxygenated blood from the heart to the rest of the body, while the pulmonary circulation moves deoxygenated blood to the lungs for oxygenation. In a single day, the average human heart beats about 100,000 times, pushing blood through approximately 60,000 miles of blood vessels. a network long enough to circle the Earth multiple times. The figure of 12,000 miles comes from considering the volume of blood moved and the speed at which it travels. The heart pumps about 5 liters, or 1.3 gallons of blood per minute at rest. Over 24 hours, this adds up to around 7,200 liters, or 1,900 gallons, of blood circulating repeatedly through the body. Since blood travels a closed loop and makes multiple circuits each day, the cumulative distance adds up to approximately 12,000 miles, roughly half the circumference of Earth. The extensive travel of blood is necessary to meet the body's metabolic demands. Oxygen delivery. Blood carries oxygen from the lungs to every cell in the body, enabling energy production through cellular respiration. Nutrient transport. Nutrients absorbed from the digestive system are distributed to cells for growth, repair, and energy. Waste removal. Blood transports carbon dioxide and other waste products to the lungs, kidneys, and liver for excretion. Hormone distribution. Blood acts as a delivery system for hormones, ensuring communication and coordination between different organs. Temperature regulation. The movement of blood helps distribute heat throughout the body, maintaining a stable internal temperature. The heart is the engine that drives this constant circulation. It consists of 4 chambers, 2 atria and 2 ventricles that work in harmony to pump blood. The left ventricle generates high pressure to push oxygen-rich blood through the systemic circulation, while the right ventricle pumps blood at lower pressure to the lungs for oxygenation. Despite its relentless workload, the heart is an incredibly efficient organ, capable of adapting to varying demands such as exercise or rest. This daily journey of 12,000 miles highlights the cardiovascular system's extraordinary efficiency. Blood circulates so effectively that every cell in the body is no more than a few micrometers away from a capillary. This ensures rapid exchange of gases, nutrients, and waste products, which is crucial for maintaining homeostasis. To put 12,000 miles into context, it is roughly half the Earth's circumference at the equator, about 24,901 miles. This means that the blood in your body essentially travels halfway around the world every single day, underscoring the incredible scale of work happening inside the body without conscious thought. In conclusion, the 12,000-mile daily journey of blood is a testament to the efficiency and complexity of the human circulatory system. This constant movement keeps us alive and thriving, ensuring that every cell in the body receives the resources it needs to function optimally.
The claim that the pinky finger contributes 50% of your hand's strength might come as a surprise, given its relatively small size compared to the thumb or other fingers. However, the pinky finger plays a crucial role in grip strength, hand function, and dexterity, making it an unsung hero of the hand's biomechanics. The pinky finger, or 5th digit, is a critical component of the ulnar side of the hand, which includes the pinky and ring fingers. Together, these 2 fingers provide stability and strength during gripping motions, while the thumb, index, and middle fingers, the radial side, are responsible for precision and fine motor skills. The pinky and its neighbouring ring finger contribute significantly to the power grip, the type of grip used to hold objects like a hammer or a heavy bag. Studies have shown that removing or disabling the pinky finger can reduce the hand's grip strength by as much as 50% to 67%, depending on the activity. This dramatic reduction underscores the pinky's importance in generating force and stabilizing the hand during heavy lifting or pulling tasks. The pinky finger is supported by a network of muscles, tendons, and ligaments that connect it to the hand and forearm. These include flexor digiti, minimi brevis, and abductor digiti minimi, which help move the pinky and contribute to grip strength. Hypothenar muscles, located in the fleshy part of the palm beneath the pinky, provide power and stability for the ulnar side of the hand. Flexor and extensor tendons allow the pinky to bend, straighten, and coordinate with other fingers during gripping or manipulation. The pinky also plays a key role in creating a strong hand arch. When gripping an object, The pinky and ring finger work together to close the ulnar side of the hand around it, forming a stable hook that locks the object in place. Functional importance of the pinky. When grasping large or heavy objects, the pinky provides leverage and stability, helping distribute the load across the hand. The pinky helps balance the movements of the other fingers, ensuring precision and fluidity in tasks requiring coordination, like typing or playing a musical instrument. Many tools, such as pliers or screwdrivers, rely on the strength and stability provided by the pinky and ring fingers to function effectively. What happens without the pinky? Losing the pinky or experiencing weakness in it can severely impact hand function. People with injuries or conditions like Dupuytren's contracture, which affects the pinky and ring fingers, often experience difficulty with gripping, lifting, and other everyday tasks. While the thumb is vital for opposable movements, the pinky ensures the strength and stability needed for a full range of hand functions. A surprising evolutionary perspective. The pinky's importance in grip strength may also have evolutionary significance. Early humans relied on strong grips for survival tasks such as climbing, tool-making and carrying. While modern humans may not use their hands for such activities as often, the pinky remains a key contributor to hand strength, enabling us to perform both mundane and complex tasks. Conclusion: the pinky finger may be small, but its role in hand strength is monumental. It accounts for a significant portion of grip strength, working in concert with other fingers to provide power, stability, and dexterity. Without the pinky, everyday activities would become far more challenging, proving that even the smallest parts of our anatomy can have an outsized impact on our functionality.
The claim that the tongue is the only muscle in the human body attached at just one end is a fascinating but slightly oversimplified notion. While it highlights the unique structure and function of the tongue, there are nuances to consider about its anatomy and role within the body. The tongue is a muscular hydrostat, meaning it is primarily made of muscle and functions without the support of bones. It is composed of intrinsic muscles, which control its shape and movement within itself, and extrinsic muscles, which anchor it to surrounding structures like the jaw and skull. These muscles give the tongue its remarkable flexibility, strength, and precision. While parts of the tongue are indeed free to move, the base of the tongue is anchored to multiple structures. Hyoid bone, a U-shaped bone in the throat to which the tongue is indirectly attached via the extrinsic muscles. Mandible, the lower jawbone, provides attachment for some of the tongue's extrinsic muscles. Styloid process, a bony projection from the skull to which the styloglossus muscle connects. Pharynx, the back of the tongue connects to the pharyngeal muscles, aiding in swallowing. The free end of the tongue is its anterior tip, which moves freely and plays a crucial role in speech, tasting, and food manipulation. The tongue's combination of anchored and free movement is what makes it exceptional. Unlike other muscles in the body, such as the biceps or quadriceps, which are attached to bones at both ends to facilitate movement of joints, the tongue operates independently. Its mobility is due to the lack of rigid skeletal attachments at its anterior end, allowing it to bend, twist, and stretch in multiple directions. This structure makes the tongue one of the most versatile and dynamic muscles in the body. The tongue is a multifunctional organ involved in various essential activities. Speech. The tongue works with the lips, teeth and palate to produce a wide range of sounds, enabling clear articulation. Taste. Covered with taste buds, the tongue detects 5 primary tastes: sweet, salty, sour, bitter and umami. Digestion. It helps manipulate food for chewing, forms it into a bolus and pushes it toward the throat for swallowing. Cleaning. The tongue helps clean the mouth by removing debris and aiding in saliva distribution. Sensory functions. It provides tactile feedback that helps detect the texture and temperature of food. The tongue's distinction of being attached at only one end is often highlighted for its mobility. However, Other muscles, such as the orbicularis oris around the mouth and the orbicularis oculi around the eyes, also lack direct skeletal attachments at one end. These muscles encircle openings and function similarly as muscular hydrostats, though their range of motion is less complex than the tongue's. The idea that the tongue is the only muscle attached at one end is not entirely accurate. While the tongue is unique in its structure and function, many muscles in the body have complex attachment points or lack traditional bone-to-bone connections. What sets the tongue apart is its extraordinary range of movement and precision coupled with its role as a hydrostat. The tongue is an extraordinary organ with a unique combination of muscular structure and functionality. While it is not entirely accurate to say it is the only muscle attached at one end, its mobility, versatility, and critical roles in speech, taste, and digestion make it one of the most remarkable muscles in the human body. Its ability to move freely at the anterior end while being anchored at the base highlights the innovative design of human anatomy.
The phenomenon of cold welding occurs when two clean, flat surfaces of metal come into contact in a vacuum or space environment, causing them to fuse together permanently. This occurs because, in the absence of an oxidized or contaminated layer, like dirt or oil that typically exists on Earth, the atoms of each metal surface do not know they belong to separate objects. Instead, they recognize the other surface as an extension of their own structure. This results in the formation of a single, continuous piece of metal, as if they were originally forged as one. In space, the conditions are ideal for cold welding because of the vacuum environment, which eliminates the protective oxide layers that form on metals under Earth's atmospheric conditions. On Earth, these oxide layers and impurities generally prevent atoms from bonding when two metal surfaces come into contact. However, in the vacuum of space, these barriers are absent, and when two metals meet with sufficient force or contact area, their atoms can interdiffuse, creating a strong bond. This phenomenon has implications for engineering and the design of spacecraft and satellites. Engineers take precautions to prevent unintended cold welding, such as using coatings, lubricants, or non-metallic materials to separate metal components. Cold welding can cause problems in mechanical systems with moving parts like joints, hinges, or bearings, as components could seize up and become inoperable. At the same time, cold welding can also be harnessed for intentional purposes, such as repairing or constructing structures in space without requiring heat or additional materials. Interestingly, cold welding is a purely physical process and does not rely on any additional energy input like heat, electricity, or pressure beyond the initial contact force. This makes it a fascinating example of how the behavior of materials can differ dramatically depending on environmental conditions, highlighting the unique challenges and opportunities of working in space environments.
The Sun, a vast sphere of glowing plasma, dominates the solar system by comprising 99.86% of its total mass. This staggering figure highlights its immense gravitational influence, which governs the orbits of planets, moons, asteroids, comets, and other celestial objects. With a mass approximately 330,000 times that of Earth, and a volume capable of holding over 1.3 million Earths, the Sun is the central anchor of the solar system, ensuring its stability and continuity. The Sun's massive composition primarily consists of hydrogen, about 74% by mass, and helium, approximately 24%, with trace amounts of heavier elements like oxygen, carbon, neon, and iron. These elements exist in a plasma state due to the extreme temperatures and pressures at its core, where nuclear fusion occurs. This fusion process converts hydrogen into helium, releasing vast amounts of energy that radiate outward as sunlight. This energy sustains life on Earth and drives the climate, weather, and ecosystems. Its gravitational pull is also crucial in maintaining the orbits of the planets. Without its overwhelming mass and corresponding gravitational force, the solar system's delicate balance would collapse, and celestial bodies would drift into space. The Sun's mass also contributes to phenomena such as tidal forces and the shaping of planetary atmospheres. For instance, the solar wind, a stream of charged particles emitted by the sun, interacts with planetary magnetic fields and atmospheres, influencing auroras and geomagnetic storms. The sun's dominance isn't merely physical, its mass defines the solar system's boundaries, extending even beyond the heliosphere to the distant Oort cloud. Despite its massiveness, the Sun is considered a medium-sized star, a G-type main sequence star, and its life cycle is expected to span about 10 billion years. Currently, at roughly 4.6 billion years old, it is in its middle age, continuing to fuel the solar system with its vast reservoir of energy.
Uranus, the seventh planet from the Sun, presents fascinating extremes when it comes to its rotation and orbital characteristics. A day on Uranus lasts about 17 hours, which is the time it takes for the planet to complete one full rotation on its axis. However, its year lasts 84 Earth years, the time it takes to complete one orbit around the Sun. These measurements reveal striking contrast between Uranus's day-night cycle and its seasons. A short day. 17 hours. Uranus rotates relatively quickly for a planet of its size, completing a full spin on its axis in just 17 hours and 14 minutes. However, this rotation is unusual because of the planet's extreme axial tilt of about 98 degrees. Unlike other planets, which spin more or less upright relative to their orbital planes, Uranus essentially rotates on its side. This makes its rotation retrograde, meaning it spins in the opposite direction to most planets like Earth or Mars. As a result of this tilt, each pole alternates between experiencing 42 years of continuous daylight, followed by 42 years of darkness during Uranus's orbit around the Sun. This unique orientation gives Uranus some of the most extreme seasonal changes in the solar system, even though the day itself is relatively short. A long year, 84 Earth years. While Uranus spins quickly on its axis, it moves more slowly along its orbit due to its distance from the Sun, an average of about 2.9 billion kilometers, or 1.8 billion miles. Its vast orbital path means it takes 84 Earth years to complete a single trip around the Sun. For perspective, this means a single Uranian season lasts about 21 Earth years, with each of the 4 seasons stretching over decades. The combined effect of day and year. The combination of a short day and a long year creates unusual dynamics on Uranus. For much of its orbit, especially near the solstices, one hemisphere experiences constant sunlight or darkness, depending on its orientation to the Sun. Near the equinoxes, when the Sun is aligned with the equator, Uranus experiences a more Earth-like day-night cycle, albeit with each day lasting only 17 hours. These factors make Uranus a fascinating study in planetary science. Its rapid rotation, extreme axial tilt and long orbit contribute to its unique climatic and observational characteristics. These features also influence its atmosphere, which is composed mostly of hydrogen, helium and methane, and result in dynamic weather patterns, including massive storms and high-speed winds, despite its frigid temperatures.
Titan, the largest moon of Saturn, is one of the most intriguing bodies in the solar system due to its thick atmosphere and surface features resembling Earth's hydrological cycle. With a diameter of about 5,150 kilometers, it is larger than Mercury and the second largest moon after Jupiter's Ganymede. Titan's atmosphere is dense and predominantly composed of nitrogen, about 98%, with small amounts of methane and other hydrocarbons. This nitrogen-rich atmosphere, the only one of its kind among moons, creates a hazy orange appearance due to the presence of complex organic molecules called tholins, formed by interactions between sunlight and atmospheric methane. The most fascinating aspect of Titan is its methane-based hydrological cycle, which is analogous to Earth's water cycle. Instead of water, Titan has rivers, lakes and seas of liquid methane and ethane. These hydrocarbon liquids are stable on Titan's frigid surface, where temperatures average around -179 degrees Celsius or -290 degrees Fahrenheit. Titan's largest seas, such as Kraken Mare and Ligeia Mare, are located near its poles and can span hundreds of kilometers. Methane rain falls from its thick clouds, replenishing these bodies of liquid in a process similar to the rain and river systems on Earth. The surface of Titan is a mix of icy terrain, sand dunes and liquid reservoirs, sculpted over time by erosion, tectonic activity and cryovolcanism. Beneath its surface, scientists believe Titan may harbour a subsurface ocean of water mixed with ammonia, raising tantalizing possibilities about the Moon's potential for hosting life. NASA's Cassini spacecraft, along with the Huygens probe that landed on Titan in 2005, has provided detailed observations of its atmosphere, weather patterns and geology, offering a glimpse into a world both alien and familiar. The presence of organic molecules and an active climate system makes Titan a prime target for future exploration. NASA's upcoming Dragonfly mission, set to launch in 2027, aims to explore Titan's surface using a rotorcraft lander. This mission will investigate the Moon's chemistry and habitability, potentially revolutionizing our understanding of life in the universe.
The discovery of an enormous cloud of alcohol in space is a testament to the complexity and abundance of organic molecules in the cosmos. This giant cloud, formerly known as Sagittarius B2, is located near the center of the Milky Way, about 390 light-years from the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A*. It is a vast molecular cloud spanning about 150 light-years, making it one of the largest known repositories of organic molecules in our galaxy. Sagittarius B2 is composed of a rich mix of gases, including ethyl alcohol or ethanol, the same kind of alcohol found in alcoholic beverages. Scientists estimate that the cloud contains enough ethanol to produce about 400 trillion pints of beer. However, the alcohol isn't in a form that's drinkable or harvestable. It exists as a vapor mixed with other complex and often toxic compounds. The temperatures and pressures in this region make it a fascinating laboratory for studying the chemistry of organic molecules under extreme conditions. This molecular cloud is a hotbed of prebiotic chemistry containing more than 50 identified complex molecules, including amino acids and other building blocks of life. The abundance of organic molecules suggests that the basic chemistry for life might be widespread in the universe. The abundance of organic molecules suggests that the basic chemistry for life might be widespread in the universe. The discovery of these molecules supports the idea that organic compounds could be delivered to nascent planets via comets, asteroids, or interstellar dust, potentially seeding the precursors to life. Sagittarius B2 is also of significant interest to astronomers because it provides insights into the processes of star formation. The cloud is densely packed with regions of active star formation, where collapsing gas and dust are giving birth to new stars. The discovery of alcohol and other organic molecules in Sagittarius B2 was made using radio telescopes, which detect the specific frequencies emitted by molecules as they rotate and vibrate. These emissions allow researchers to identify the chemical fingerprints of substances in distant interstellar clouds, even if they are thousands of light-years away. This finding underscores the complexity of interstellar chemistry and highlights the role that molecular clouds play in shaping the chemical landscape of the universe.
Neutron stars are among the most extraordinary and extreme objects in the universe. They are the remnants of massive stars that have undergone a supernova explosion and collapsed under their own gravity. After the explosion, the core of the star is compressed to the point where protons and electrons combine to form neutrons, resulting in an object with an incredibly small radius, typically about 10 to 12 kilometers, but an immense mass, often 1.4 times that of the Sun. This immense compression gives neutron stars their astounding density. To put their density into perspective, a sugar cube-sized amount of neutron star material would weigh about 1 billion tons, equivalent to the combined mass of all humans on Earth. This unimaginable density arises because neutron stars are essentially giant atomic nuclei made almost entirely of neutrons. The atoms are stripped of their electrons, and their nuclei are crushed together, leaving no empty space. This makes neutron stars vastly denser than ordinary matter. The gravitational pull of a neutron star is equally extraordinary. Its gravity is so strong that it can warp space-time around it, significantly affecting nearby objects. For example, if you were to stand on the surface of a neutron star, an impossible feat due to the extreme conditions, you would weigh billions of times more than you do on Earth. Even light cannot escape easily from the gravitational field of a neutron star, and time dilation effects near its surface would be extreme.
First of all, what went through my mind is how stupid am I to picture...
Neutron stars also exhibit remarkable physical phenomena due to their density and rapid rotation. Many neutron stars are observed as pulsars, which emit beams of electromagnetic radiation from their magnetic poles. These beams sweep across space as the neutron star rotates, creating a lighthouse-like effect. Pulsars can rotate astonishingly quickly, with some spinning hundreds of times per second, a rate maintained due to their conservation of angular momentum after the collapse of the parent star. The composition of neutron stars is a subject of ongoing scientific investigation. The outer crust consists of a dense lattice of atomic nuclei and a sea of degenerate electrons, while the inner layers may harbor exotic states of matter, such as superfluid neutrons or quark-gluon plasma, where quarks, the fundamental building blocks of protons and neutrons, exist freely. Studying neutron stars provides invaluable insights into fundamental physics, including the behavior of matter at extreme densities, the nature of strong nuclear forces, and the properties of space-time under intense gravity. Observations of neutron stars, particularly through gravitational waves emitted during their collisions, as in neutron star mergers, have opened new frontiers in understanding the universe's most extreme conditions.
Venus, the second planet from the Sun, holds the title of the hottest planet in the solar system, despite being farther from the Sun than Mercury. This surprising fact is due to Venus's thick atmosphere, which creates a runaway greenhouse effect, trapping immense amounts of heat and causing surface temperatures to soar to an average of about 475 degrees Celsius or 900 degrees Fahrenheit. These temperatures are hot enough to melt lead and are consistent across the planet day or night, poles or equator. In contrast, Mercury, which is the closest planet to the Sun, lacks a substantial atmosphere to trap heat. While Mercury's daytime surface can reach scorching temperatures of around 430 degrees Celsius or 800 degrees Fahrenheit, its lack of atmospheric insulation allows temperatures to plummet to about minus 180 degrees Celsius or minus 290 degrees Fahrenheit at night. Venus, on the other hand, maintains its blistering heat due to its dense atmosphere, composed of about 96.5% carbon dioxide with traces of nitrogen and clouds of sulfuric acid. Venus's greenhouse effect is driven by its atmospheric composition and extreme pressure, which is about 92 times that of Earth's at sea level. This means standing on Venus would feel like being 900 meters or 3,000 feet underwater on Earth. The thick CO2 atmosphere traps solar energy effectively, allowing heat to build up over time. The thick sulfuric acid clouds further contribute by reflecting sunlight, but this does little to offset the immense heat retained by the greenhouse effect. Another factor contributing to Venus's extreme temperatures is its slow rotation. A day on Venus lasts about 243 Earth days, longer than its year, which is 225 Earth days. This slow rotation results in minimal day-to-night temperature variation, as the thick atmosphere efficiently redistributes heat around the planet. The conditions on Venus have made it a subject of intense scientific study. Venus's past may have been more Earth-like, with evidence suggesting it could have once had oceans and a habitable climate before the runaway greenhouse effect took hold. Understanding Venus's evolution provides critical insights into climate dynamics and helps scientists study the potential for similar scenarios on Earth or exoplanets. Despite its extreme environment, Venus continues to intrigue researchers. Its surface is obscured by thick clouds, but radar mapping missions like NASA's Magellan and the upcoming Veritas mission aim to unveil its geology and history. By studying Venus, we not only learn about our neighbouring planet, but also gain perspective on planetary atmospheres, climate change, and the factors that make planets habitable.
The Moon is gradually moving away from Earth at a rate of about 1.5 inches, or 3.8 centimeters per year. This phenomenon is known as lunar recession. This slow drift has significant implications for the Earth-Moon system and is a result of complex gravitational interactions, particularly the tidal forces between the two bodies. The primary driver of this separation is the effect of tidal forces. As the Moon orbits Earth, its gravitational pull creates tidal bulges in Earth's oceans. Because Earth rotates faster than the Moon orbits, these tidal bulges are slightly ahead of the Moon in its orbit. The gravitational interaction between the Moon and these displaced tidal bulges creates a transfer of energy. Earth's rotation slows down slightly due to this interaction, and in response, the Moon gains angular momentum, causing its orbit to expand and move farther away from Earth. This process is extraordinarily gradual, but its effects are cumulative over long periods. The Moon was much closer to Earth when it first formed about 4.5 billion years ago, likely from a giant impact between Earth and a Mars-sized body called Theia. At that time, the Moon may have been as close as 14,000 miles, or 22,530 kilometers from Earth, compared to its current average distance of about 238,855 miles or 384,400 kilometers. The recession rate has varied over geological timescales depending on factors such as Earth's rotation and the configuration of continents, which influence the tides. The Moon's recession affects more than just its distance from Earth. It also impacts Earth's rotation. As the Moon moves away, Earth's rotation slows down, lengthening the length of a day. Billions of years ago, a day on Earth may have lasted only 6 hours, compared to the current 24 hours. In the distant future, this process could result in tidal locking, where Earth's rotation period matches the Moon's orbital period, similar to how the Moon is tidally locked to Earth, always showing the same face. The changing Earth-Moon distance also has implications for phenomena such as eclipses. As the Moon moves farther away, its apparent size in the sky decreases. In the far future, it will no longer be large enough to completely cover the Sun during a total solar eclipse, meaning Earth will only experience annular eclipses. The recession rate is measured with high precision using lunar laser ranging experiments. Retro-reflectors left on the Moon by Apollo astronauts and robotic missions reflect laser beams sent from Earth, allowing scientists to measure the Moon's distance with millimeter accuracy. These measurements confirm the Moon's gradual drift and provide critical data for understanding the dynamics of the Earth-Moon system and its evolution over billions of years.
A neutron star is an astronomical marvel, a remnant of a massive star that has undergone a supernova explosion and collapsed under its own gravity. This collapse compacts the star's core to an astonishing density, making neutron stars some of the densest objects in the universe. To put this into perspective, a spoonful of neutron star material, roughly the size of a sugar cube, would weigh more than Mount Everest, around 10 to the power of 15 grams or about 1 billion tons. This unimaginable density arises from the fundamental nature of neutron stars. When a massive star exhausts its nuclear fuel, it can no longer sustain the pressure required to counteract gravity. This results in a catastrophic collapse, during which protons and electrons in the star's core are crushed together to form neutrons. The resulting neutron star is essentially a giant atomic nucleus, with its matter packed so tightly that a single cubic centimeter weighs billions of tons. The extreme density of neutron star matter means that its atoms are no longer in their familiar state. Instead, the electrons are stripped away and the nuclei are squeezed so closely together that the neutrons themselves dominate. The immense pressure overcomes the electrostatic forces that typically keep atoms apart, creating a state of matter far beyond what we encounter on Earth. Scientists hypothesize that the core of a neutron star might even harbor exotic forms of matter, such as hyperons or quark-gluon plasma, where quarks, the fundamental building blocks of protons and neutrons, exist freely. This density is difficult to imagine, but comparisons help illustrate it. For example, the entire human population of Earth, if compressed to the density of a neutron star, would fit into a space smaller than a sugar cube. Such extreme conditions also lead to incredibly strong gravitational fields, with the surface gravity of a neutron star being about 10 to the power of 11 times stronger than Earth's. Any object falling onto the surface would be accelerated to near-light speeds, releasing vast amounts of energy upon impact. The immense density and gravity of neutron stars also create a range of fascinating phenomena. For instance, neutron stars are often observed as pulsars, rapidly rotating objects that emit beams of electromagnetic radiation from their magnetic poles. These beams sweep across the sky as the star rotates, creating periodic signals that can be detected from Earth. Some neutron stars spin at incredible rates, with some rotating hundreds of times per second, due to the conservation of angular momentum during their formation. Studying neutron stars provides invaluable insights into fundamental physics, including the behavior of matter under extreme pressure and density, the limits of nuclear stability, and the nature of gravity. Observations of neutron star mergers, which produce gravitational waves and heavy elements like gold and platinum, further enhance our understanding of these extraordinary objects and their role in the universe's evolution.
A day on Mars, known as a sol, is remarkably similar in length to a day on Earth, lasting approximately 24 hours and 37 minutes. This makes Mars the planet in the solar system with a rotational period most comparable to Earth's. The slight difference of just 37 minutes has significant implications for future human exploration and colonization, as it allows for relatively straightforward adaptation to the Martian day-night cycle. Mars achieves this day length due to its rotation on its axis, which takes about 24 hours, 37 minutes and 22.7 seconds to complete. Like Earth, Mars rotates in a counterclockwise direction, resulting in a day-night cycle that is familiar to humans. This similarity simplifies the planning of human activities on Mars, as it reduces the need for drastic adjustments to biological rhythms compared to other planetary bodies with vastly different day lengths. This small difference in day length, however, accumulates over time, creating challenges for missions operating on both Mars and Earth time. For instance, the teams controlling Mars rovers, such as Perseverance and Curiosity, often synchronize their work schedules with the Martian sol to maximize communication and operational efficiency. This synchronization, known as Mars time, means working slightly later each day by 37 minutes, which can disrupt human circadian rhythms over long periods. Mars's day length is closely tied to its similarities to Earth in terms of axial tilt, which is 25.2 degrees compared to Earth's 23.5 degrees. This tilt causes Mars to have seasons like Earth, though they are longer because of Mars's longer orbital period, which is 687 Earth days. The combination of a familiar day length and a similar tilt makes Mars an appealing target for exploration, as it shares many environmental patterns with Earth, albeit with key differences such as its thinner atmosphere and colder temperatures. Understanding the Martian soul is crucial for planning human and robotic missions. Life support systems, energy generation, especially solar power, and activity schedules must account for this slightly extended day. For potential future colonies, adapting to a 24-hour, 37-minute cycle is considered manageable, especially compared to more drastic adjustments that would be required on planets like Venus, where a day lasts 243 Earth days, or Jupiter, where a day lasts just 10 hours. The close resemblance of a Martian sol to an Earth day is a reminder of Mars's potential as a second home for humanity. This similarity, combined with its proximity and relatively hospitable surface conditions compared to other planets, makes Mars a prime candidate for future exploration, settlement, and possibly even terraforming. It serves as a key focus for current and future space missions, aiming to expand humanity's presence beyond Earth. The phenomenon of cold welding occurs when two clean, flat surfaces of metal come into contact in a vacuum or space environment, causing them to fuse together permanently. This occurs because, in the absence of an oxidized or contaminated layer, like dirt or oil that typically exists on Earth, the atoms of each metal surface do not know they belong to separate objects. Instead, they recognize the other surface as an extension of their own structure. This results in the formation of a single, continuous piece of metal, as if they were originally forged as one. In space, the conditions are ideal for cold welding because of the vacuum environment, which eliminates the protective oxide layers that form on metals under Earth's atmospheric conditions. On Earth, these oxide layers and impurities generally prevent atoms from bonding when two metal surfaces come into contact. However, in the vacuum of space, these barriers are absent, and when two metals meet with sufficient force or contact area, their atoms can interdiffuse, creating a strong bond. This phenomenon has implications for engineering and the design of spacecraft and satellites. Engineers take precautions to prevent unintended cold welding, such as using coatings, lubricants, or non-metallic materials to separate metal components. Cold welding can cause problems in mechanical systems with moving parts like joints, hinges, or bearings, as components could seize up and become inoperable. At the same time, cold welding can also be harnessed for intentional purposes, such as repairing or constructing structures in space without requiring heat or additional materials. Interestingly, cold welding is a purely physical process and does not rely on any additional energy input like heat, electricity, or pressure beyond the initial contact force. This makes it a fascinating example of how the behavior of materials can differ dramatically depending on environmental conditions, highlighting the unique challenges and opportunities of working in space environments.
The Sun, a vast sphere of glowing plasma, dominates the solar system by comprising 99.86% of its total mass. This staggering figure highlights its immense gravitational influence, which governs the orbits of planets, moons, asteroids, comets, and other celestial objects. With a mass approximately 330,000 times that of Earth, and a volume capable of holding over 1.3 million Earths, the Sun is the central anchor of the solar system, ensuring its stability and continuity. The Sun's massive composition primarily consists of hydrogen, about 74% by mass, and helium, approximately 24%, with trace amounts of heavier elements like oxygen, carbon, neon, and iron. These elements exist in a plasma state due to the extreme temperatures and pressures at its core, where nuclear fusion occurs. This fusion process converts hydrogen into helium, releasing vast amounts of energy that radiate outward as sunlight. This energy sustains life on Earth and drives the climate, weather, and ecosystems. Its gravitational pull is also crucial in maintaining the orbits of the planets. Without its overwhelming mass and corresponding gravitational force, the solar system's delicate balance would collapse, and celestial bodies would drift into space. The Sun's mass also contributes to phenomena such as tidal forces and the shaping of planetary atmospheres. For instance, the solar wind, a stream of charged particles emitted by the Sun, interacts with planetary magnetic fields and atmospheres, influencing auroras and geomagnetic storms. The Sun's dominance isn't merely physical, its mass defines the solar system's boundaries, extending even beyond the heliosphere to the distant Oort cloud. Despite its massiveness, the Sun is considered a medium-sized star, a G-type main sequence star, and its life cycle is expected to span about 10 billion years. Currently, at roughly 4.6 billion years old, it is in its middle age, continuing to fuel the solar system with its vast reservoir of energy.
Uranus, the seventh planet from the Sun, presents fascinating extremes when it comes to its rotation and orbital characteristics. A day on Uranus lasts about 17 hours, which is the time it takes for the planet to complete one full rotation on its axis. However, its year lasts 84 Earth years, the time it takes to complete one orbit around the Sun. These measurements reveal striking contrast between Uranus's day-night cycle and its seasons. A short day. 17 hours. Uranus rotates relatively quickly for a planet of its size, completing a full spin on its axis in just 17 hours and 14 minutes. However, this rotation is unusual because of the planet's extreme axial tilt of about 98 degrees. Unlike other planets, which spin more or less upright relative to their orbital planes, Uranus essentially rotates on its side. This makes its rotation retrograde, meaning it spins in the opposite direction to most planets like Earth or Mars. As a result of this tilt, each pole alternates between experiencing 42 years of continuous daylight, followed by 42 years of darkness during Uranus's orbit around the Sun. This unique orientation gives Uranus some of the most extreme seasonal changes in the solar system, even though the day itself is relatively short. A long year, 84 Earth years. While Uranus spins quickly on its axis, it moves more slowly along its orbit due to its distance from the Sun, an average of about 2.9 billion kilometers, or 1.8 billion miles. Its vast orbital path means it takes 84 Earth years to complete a single trip around the Sun. For perspective, this means a single Uranian season lasts about 21 Earth years, with each of the 4 seasons stretching over decades. The combined effect of day and year. The combination of a short day and a long year creates unusual dynamics on Uranus. For much of its orbit, especially near the solstices, one hemisphere experiences constant sunlight or darkness, depending on its orientation to the Sun. Near the equinoxes, when the Sun is aligned with the equator, Uranus experiences a more Earth-like day-night cycle, albeit with each day lasting only 17 hours. These factors make Uranus a fascinating study in planetary science. Its rapid rotation, extreme axial tilt and long orbit contribute to its unique climatic and observational characteristics. These features also influence its atmosphere, which is composed mostly of hydrogen, helium and methane, and result in dynamic weather patterns, including massive storms and high-speed winds, despite its frigid temperatures.
Titan, the largest moon of Saturn, is one of the most intriguing bodies in the solar system due to its thick atmosphere and surface features resembling Earth's hydrological cycle. With a diameter of about 5,150 kilometers, it is larger than Mercury and the second largest moon after Jupiter's Ganymede. Titan's atmosphere is dense and predominantly composed of nitrogen, about 98%, with small amounts of methane and other hydrocarbons. This nitrogen-rich atmosphere, the only one of its kind among moons, creates a hazy orange appearance due to the presence of complex organic molecules called tholins, formed by interactions between sunlight and atmospheric methane. The most fascinating aspect of Titan is its methane-based hydrological cycle, which is analogous to Earth's water cycle. Instead of water, Titan has rivers, lakes and seas of liquid methane and ethane. These hydrocarbon liquids are stable on Titan's frigid surface, where temperatures average around minus 179 degrees Celsius or minus 290 degrees Fahrenheit. Titan's largest seas, such as Kraken Mare and Ligeia Mare, are located near its poles and can span hundreds of kilometers. Methane rain falls from its thick clouds, replenishing these bodies of liquid in a process similar to the rain and river systems on Earth. The surface of Titan is a mix of icy terrain, sand dunes and liquid reservoirs, sculpted over time by erosion, tectonic activity and cryovolcanism. Beneath its surface, scientists believe Titan may harbour a subsurface ocean of water mixed with ammonia, raising tantalizing possibilities about the Moon's potential for hosting life. NASA's Cassini spacecraft, along with the Huygens probe that landed on Titan in 2005, has provided detailed observations of its atmosphere, weather patterns and geology, offering a glimpse into a world both alien and familiar. The presence of organic molecules and an active climate system makes Titan a prime target for future exploration. NASA's upcoming Dragonfly mission, set to launch in 2027, aims to explore Titan's surface using a rotorcraft lander. This mission will investigate the Moon's chemistry and habitability, potentially revolutionizing our understanding of life in the universe.
The discovery of an enormous cloud of alcohol in space is a testament to the complexity and abundance of organic molecules in the cosmos. This giant cloud, formerly known as Sagittarius B2, is located near the center of the Milky Way, about 390 light-years from the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A*. It is a vast molecular cloud spanning about 150 light-years, making it one of the largest known repositories of organic molecules in our galaxy. Sagittarius B2 is composed of a rich mix of gases, including ethyl alcohol or ethanol, the same kind of alcohol found in alcoholic beverages. Scientists estimate that the cloud contains enough ethanol to produce about 400 trillion pints of beer. However, the alcohol isn't in a form that's drinkable or harvestable. It exists as a vapor mixed with other complex and often toxic compounds. The temperatures and pressures in this region make it a fascinating laboratory for studying the chemistry of organic molecules under extreme conditions. This molecular cloud is a hotbed of prebiotic chemistry containing more than 50 identified complex molecules, including amino acids and other building blocks of life. The abundance of organic molecules suggests that the basic chemistry for life might be widespread in the universe. The abundance of organic molecules suggests that the basic chemistry for life might be widespread in the universe. The discovery of these molecules supports the idea that organic compounds could be delivered to nascent planets via comets, asteroids, or interstellar dust, potentially seeding the precursors to life. Sagittarius B2 is also of significant interest to astronomers because it provides insights into the processes of star formation. The cloud is densely packed with regions of active star formation where collapsing gas and dust are giving birth to new stars. The discovery of alcohol and other organic molecules in Sagittarius B2 was made using radio telescopes, which detect the specific frequencies emitted by molecules as they rotate and vibrate. These emissions allow researchers to identify the chemical fingerprints of substances in distant interstellar clouds, even if they are thousands of light-years away. This finding underscores the complexity of interstellar chemistry and highlights the role that molecular clouds play in shaping the chemical landscape of the universe.
Neutron stars are among the most extraordinary and extreme objects in the universe. They are the remnants of massive stars that have undergone a supernova explosion and collapsed under their own gravity. After the explosion, the core of the star is compressed to the point where protons and electrons combine to form neutrons, resulting in an object with an incredibly small radius, typically about 10 to 12 kilometers, but an immense mass, often 1.4 times that of the Sun. This immense compression gives neutron stars their astounding density. To put their density into perspective, a sugar cube-sized amount of neutron star material would weigh about 1 billion tons, equivalent to the combined mass of all humans on Earth. This unimaginable density arises because neutron stars are essentially giant atomic nuclei made almost entirely of neutrons. The atoms are stripped of their electrons, and their nuclei are crushed together, leaving no empty space. This makes neutron stars vastly denser than ordinary matter. The gravitational pull of a neutron star is equally extraordinary. Its gravity is so strong that it can warp space-time around it, significantly affecting nearby objects. For example, if you were to stand on the surface of a neutron star, an impossible feat due to the extreme conditions, you would weigh billions of times more than you do on Earth. Even light cannot escape easily from the gravitational field of a neutron star, and time dilation effects near its surface would be extreme.
First of all, what went through my mind is how stupid am I to
Neutron stars also exhibit remarkable physical phenomena due to their density and rapid rotation. Many neutron stars are observed as pulsars, which emit beams of electromagnetic radiation from their magnetic poles. These beams sweep across space as the neutron star rotates, creating a lighthouse-like effect. Pulsars can rotate astonishingly quickly, with some spinning hundreds of times per second, a rate maintained due to their conservation of angular momentum after the collapse of the parent star. The composition of neutron stars is a subject of ongoing scientific investigation. The outer crust consists of a dense lattice of atomic nuclei and a sea of degenerate electrons, while the inner layers may harbor exotic states of matter, such as superfluid neutrons or quark-gluon plasma, where quarks, the fundamental building blocks of protons and neutrons, exist freely. Studying neutron stars provides invaluable insights into fundamental physics, including the behavior of matter at extreme densities, the nature of strong nuclear forces, and the properties of space-time under intense gravity. Observations of neutron stars, particularly through gravitational waves emitted during their collisions, as in neutron-star mergers, have opened new frontiers in understanding the universe's most extreme conditions.
Venus, the second planet from the Sun, holds the title of the hottest planet in the solar system, despite being farther from the Sun than Mercury. This surprising fact is due to Venus's thick atmosphere, which creates a runaway greenhouse effect, trapping immense amounts of heat and causing surface temperatures to soar to an average of about 475 degrees Celsius or 900 degrees Fahrenheit. These temperatures are hot enough to melt lead and are consistent across the planet day or night, poles or equator. In contrast, Mercury, which is the closest planet to the Sun, lacks a substantial atmosphere to trap heat. While Mercury's daytime surface can reach scorching temperatures of around 430 degrees Celsius or 800 degrees Fahrenheit, its lack of atmospheric insulation allows temperatures to plummet to about minus 180 degrees Celsius or minus 290 degrees Fahrenheit at night. Venus, on the other hand, maintains its blistering heat due to its dense atmosphere, composed of about 96.5% carbon dioxide with traces of nitrogen and clouds of sulfuric acid. Venus's greenhouse effect is driven by its atmospheric composition and extreme pressure, which is about 92 times that of Earth's at sea level. This means standing on Venus would feel like being 900 meters or 3,000 feet underwater on Earth. The thick CO2 atmosphere traps solar energy effectively, allowing heat to build up over time. The thick sulfuric acid clouds further contribute by reflecting sunlight, but this does little to offset the immense heat retained by the greenhouse effect. Another factor contributing to Venus's extreme temperatures is its slow rotation. A day on Venus lasts about 243 Earth days, longer than its year, which is 225 Earth days. This slow rotation results in minimal day-to-night temperature variation, as the thick atmosphere efficiently redistributes heat around the planet. The conditions on Venus have made it a subject of intense scientific study. Venus's past may have been more Earth-like, with evidence suggesting it could have once had oceans and a habitable climate before the runaway greenhouse effect took hold. Understanding Venus's evolution provides critical insights into climate dynamics and help scientists study the potential for similar scenarios on Earth or exoplanets. Despite its extreme environment, Venus continues to intrigue researchers. Its surface is obscured by thick clouds, but radar mapping missions like NASA's Magellan and the upcoming Veritas mission aim to unveil its geology and history. By studying Venus, we not only learn about our neighbouring planet, but also gain perspective on planetary atmospheres, climate change, and the factors that make planets habitable.
The Moon is gradually moving away from Earth at a rate of about 1.5 inches, or 3.8 centimeters per year. This phenomenon is known as lunar recession. This slow drift has significant implications for the Earth-Moon system and is a result of complex gravitational interactions, particularly the tidal forces between the two bodies. The primary driver of this separation is the effect of tidal forces. As the Moon orbits Earth, its gravitational pull creates tidal bulges in Earth's oceans. Because Earth rotates faster than the Moon orbits, these tidal bulges are slightly ahead of the Moon in its orbit. The gravitational interaction between the Moon and these displaced tidal bulges creates a transfer of energy. Earth's rotation slows down slightly due to this interaction, and in response, the Moon gains angular momentum, causing its orbit to expand and move farther away from Earth. This process is extraordinarily gradual, but its effects are cumulative over long periods. The Moon was much closer to Earth when it first formed about 4.5 billion years ago, likely from a giant impact between Earth and a Mars-sized body called Theia. At that time, the Moon may have been as close as 14,000 miles, or 22,530 kilometers from Earth, compared to its current average distance of about 238,855 miles, or 384,400 kilometers. The recession rate has varied over geological timescales, depending on factors such as Earth's rotation and the configuration of continents, which influence the tides. The Moon's recession affects more than just its distance from Earth. It also impacts Earth's rotation. As the Moon moves away, Earth's rotation slows down, lengthening the length of a day. Billions of years ago, a day on Earth may have lasted only 6 hours, compared to the current 24 hours. In the distant future, this process could result in tidal locking, where Earth's rotation period matches the Moon's orbital period, similar to how the Moon is tidally locked to Earth, always showing the same face. The changing Earth-Moon distance also has implications for phenomena such as eclipses. As the Moon moves farther away, its apparent size in the sky decreases. In the far future, it will no longer be large enough to completely cover the Sun during a total solar eclipse, meaning Earth will only experience annular eclipses. The recession rate is measured with high precision using lunar laser ranging experiments. Retroreflectors left on the Moon by Apollo astronauts and robotic missions reflect laser beams sent from Earth, allowing scientists to measure the Moon's distance with millimeter accuracy. These measurements confirm the Moon's gradual drift and provide critical data for understanding the dynamics of the Earth-Moon system and its evolution over billions of years.
A neutron star is an astronomical marvel, a remnant of a massive star that has undergone a supernova explosion and collapsed under its own gravity. This collapse compacts the star's core to an astonishing density, making neutron stars some of the densest objects in the universe. To put this into perspective, a spoonful of neutron star material, roughly the size of a sugar cube, would weigh more than Mount Everest, around 10 to the power of 15 grams or about 1 billion tons. This unimaginable density arises from the fundamental nature of neutron stars. When a massive star exhausts its nuclear fuel, it can no longer sustain the pressure required to counteract gravity. This results in a catastrophic collapse, during which protons and electrons in the star's core are crushed together to form neutrons. The resulting neutron star is essentially a giant atomic nucleus, with its matter packed so tightly that a single cubic centimeter weighs billions of tons. The extreme density of neutron star matter means that its atoms are no longer in their familiar state. Instead, the electrons are stripped away and the nuclei are squeezed so closely together that the neutrons themselves dominate. The immense pressure overcomes the electrostatic forces that typically keep atoms apart, creating a state of matter far beyond what we encounter on Earth. Scientists hypothesize that the core of a neutron star might even harbor exotic forms of matter, such as hyperons or quark-gluon plasma, where quarks, the fundamental building blocks of protons and neutrons, exist freely. This density is difficult to imagine, but comparisons help illustrate it. For example, the entire human population of Earth, if compressed to the density of a neutron star, would fit into a space smaller than a sugar cube. Such extreme conditions also lead to incredibly strong gravitational fields, with the surface gravity of a neutron star being about 10 to the power of 11 times stronger than Earth's. Any object falling onto the surface would be accelerated to near-light speeds, releasing vast amounts of energy upon impact. The immense density and gravity of neutron stars also create a range of fascinating phenomena. For instance, neutron stars are often observed as pulsars, rapidly rotating objects that emit beams of electromagnetic radiation from their magnetic poles. These beams sweep across the sky as the star rotates, creating periodic signals that can be detected from Earth. Some neutron stars spin at incredible rates, with some rotating hundreds of times per second, due to the conservation of angular momentum during their formation. Studying neutron stars provides invaluable insights into fundamental physics, including the behavior of matter under extreme pressure and density, the limits of nuclear stability, and the nature of gravity. Observations of neutron star mergers, which produce gravitational waves and heavy elements like gold and platinum, further enhance our understanding of these extraordinary objects and their role in the universe's evolution.
A day on Mars, known as a sol, is remarkably similar in length to a day on Earth, lasting approximately 24 hours and 37 minutes. This makes Mars the planet in the solar system with a rotational period most comparable to Earth's. The slight difference of just 37 minutes has significant implications for future human exploration and colonization, as it allows for relatively straightforward adaptation to the Martian day-night cycle. Mars achieves this day length due to its rotation on its axis, which takes about 24 hours, 37 minutes, and 22.7 seconds to complete. Like Earth, Mars rotates in a counterclockwise direction, resulting in a day-night cycle that is familiar to humans. This similarity simplifies the planning of human activities on Mars, as it reduces the need for drastic adjustments to biological rhythms compared to other planetary bodies with vastly different day lengths. This small difference in day length, however, accumulates over time, creating challenges for missions operating on both Mars and Earth time. For instance, the teams controlling Mars rovers, such as Perseverance and Curiosity, often synchronize their work schedules with the Martian sol to maximize communication and operational efficiency. This synchronization, known as Mars time, means working slightly later each day by 37 minutes, which can disrupt human circadian rhythms over long periods. Mars's day length is closely tied to its similarities to Earth in terms of axial tilt, which is 25.2 degrees compared to Earth's 23.5 degrees. This tilt causes Mars to have seasons like Earth, though they are longer because of Mars's longer orbital period, which is 687 Earth days. The combination of a familiar day length and a similar tilt makes Mars an appealing target for exploration, as it shares many environmental patterns with Earth, albeit with key differences such as its thinner atmosphere and colder temperatures. Understanding the Martian sol is crucial for planning human and robotic missions. Life support systems, energy generation, especially solar power, and activity schedules must account for this slightly extended day. For potential future colonies, adapting to a 24-hour, 37-minute cycle is considered manageable, especially compared to more drastic adjustments that would be required on planets like Venus, where a day lasts 243 Earth days, or Jupiter, where a day lasts just 10 hours. The close resemblance of a Martian sol to an Earth day is a reminder of Mars's potential as a second home for humanity. This similarity, combined with its proximity and relatively hospitable surface conditions compared to other planets, makes Mars a prime candidate for future exploration, settlement and possibly even terraforming. It serves as a key focus for current and future space missions, aiming to expand humanity's presence beyond Earth.
Honey's unique ability to resist spoilage has earned it a place of reverence throughout history. Its remarkable longevity was first discovered through archaeological findings, most notably in ancient Egyptian tombs, where pots of honey, sealed and preserved for thousands of years, were found to still be edible. These finds not only highlight honey's practical value in ancient times, but also its cultural and ceremonial significance. In ancient Egypt, honey was a luxury item, used in religious offerings, embalming practices, and as a cherished food item for the afterlife. Its presence in tombs was a testament to its perceived importance, serving both as sustenance for the dead and as a symbol of purity and immortality. The science behind honey's durability is as fascinating as its history. Honey's low water content, around 17%, combined with its high concentration of natural sugars, creates an environment where microorganisms cannot thrive. Most bacteria and fungi require water to grow, but the hygroscopic nature of honey, which allows it to absorb moisture from the air, keeps itself preserved when stored properly. Adding to its antimicrobial properties is the enzyme glucose oxidase, introduced by bees during honey production. This enzyme produces small amounts of hydrogen peroxide, further protecting honey from spoilage. Its natural acidity, with a pH ranging from 3 to 4.5, also creates a hostile environment for bacteria. In addition to its chemical properties, proper storage conditions have historically played a role in honey's longevity. The pots of honey found in ancient tombs were sealed tightly, keeping them safe from contaminants and air exposure. This airtight environment, combined with honey's intrinsic properties, created a perfect recipe for preservation. However, if honey is exposed to moisture or improperly stored, it can ferment or crystallize over time. Though this does not necessarily render it unsafe to eat, it simply alters its texture or flavor. Honey's role as a preservative and medicinal agent is well documented across cultures. Beyond the Egyptians, civilizations such as the Greeks and Romans used honey for its antimicrobial properties, treating wounds and illnesses. In Ayurvedic medicine, honey has been valued for thousands of years as a therapeutic food. Its durability and versatility made it a staple in trade, often serving as a form of currency or tribute. Today, honey continues to captivate with its blend of natural science and historical lore. It is not merely a sweetener but a marvel of natural engineering, a food that transcends time. The enduring mystery and utility of honey remind us of its importance to ancient civilizations and its ongoing relevance in modern culinary and medicinal practices. It stands as a testament to nature's ability to create a product that is as functional as it is delicious.
The history of ketchup as a medicine is a fascinating tale of early marketing, pseudoscience, and the shifting perceptions of food. In the early 19th century, the modern ketchup we know, made primarily from tomatoes, vinegar, and spices, was not yet a widespread household condiment. Instead, it was viewed as an exotic product with potential health benefits. This shift began largely due to the work of Dr. John Cook Bennett, a physician and professor who became a vocal advocate for the medicinal properties of tomatoes. At a time when tomatoes were just starting to gain acceptance in the Western diet, his claims helped to revolutionize their image. Bennett argued that tomatoes, rich in nutrients like vitamins A and C, could provide various health benefits. He went further, suggesting that concentrated tomato-based products like ketchup could cure common ailments of the time, including diarrhea, indigestion and jaundice, as well as more chronic conditions like rheumatism. His bold claims captured the public's imagination, and soon ketchup was not just a food product, but a purported remedy. Manufacturers saw an opportunity and began producing tomato-based pills, syrups and extracts marketed as patent medicines. This period coincided with a broader trend in the 19th century, where many food items and plant-based products were marketed as health cures. Patent medicines, often unregulated, were popular in an era when modern medical practices were still developing. Ketchup pills became part of this phenomenon, appealing to those seeking accessible and affordable remedies for common health complaints. While Bennett's claims were never scientifically validated, his work inadvertently helped increase the popularity of tomatoes and encouraged their integration into the American diet. However, ketchup's stint as a cure-all was short-lived. By the late 1800s, the burgeoning fields of chemistry and medicine began to challenge and debunk the exaggerated claims of patent medicines. Ketchup in particular was scrutinized and ultimately reclassified as a food product rather than a pharmaceutical one. At the same time, improvements in food production and preservation helped evolve ketchup into the tangy, shelf-stable condiment we know today. Brands like Heinz emerged, focusing on flavor and mass appeal rather than medicinal benefits. Today, ketchup's brief history as a medicinal product is a quirky footnote in its journey from an Asian-inspired fish sauce, its distant ancestor, to a global culinary staple. It also serves as a reminder of how food trends can intersect with health fads, often driven more by marketing and cultural attitudes than by scientific evidence.
Pineapples, one of the most beloved tropical fruits, have a surprisingly lengthy growth cycle that requires patience and care. It takes approximately 2 years for a pineapple to grow from a planting to a ripe, harvestable fruit. This extended timeline is a result of the plant's unique growth process and the specific conditions it requires to thrive. Pineapple plants begin as small offshoots, known as suckers or slips, which are either cultivated from the crown of a harvested fruit or propagated from other parts of the plant. Once planted, the pineapple plant goes through an initial growth phase of around 12 to 18 months, during which it develops its spiky, robust leaves. These leaves form a dense rosette-shaped structure that serves as the base of the plant. During this time, the plant absorbs nutrients and energy to prepare for fruit production. After this vegetative growth phase, the pineapple plant enters its reproductive stage, signaled by the emergence of a central flower stalk. This flowering process can take several months, during which the plant produces small purple or red flowers arranged in a tight spiral pattern. Each flower eventually develops into a berry-like fruit, and together, these individual fruits fuse to form the recognizable structure of a pineapple. Even after the fruit appears, it takes several additional months to mature fully. During this period, the pineapple changes color, grows larger, and accumulates the sugars that give it its sweet, tangy flavor. The exact timeline can vary depending on factors like climate, soil quality, and cultivation techniques. Pineapples thrive in tropical and subtropical regions with consistent warmth and sunlight, which are crucial for healthy growth and ripening. The lengthy growth cycle of pineapples makes them a relatively resource-intensive crop compared to faster-growing fruits. This is one reason why pineapples were historically considered a luxury item, symbolizing wealth and hospitality. Today, advances in agriculture have made pineapples more accessible, but their long cultivation time remains a challenge for farmers. Despite the time investment, the 2-year growth process ensures that pineapples develop their characteristic sweetness and juiciness, making them a worthwhile endeavor for growers and a favorite for consumers worldwide. Their slow maturation also highlights the intricate balance of natural processes that go into producing the food we enjoy.
Peanuts, the legume misunderstood as a nut. Peanuts, despite their name and common association with other nuts like almonds and walnuts, are not true nuts. Botanically, peanuts belong to the legume family, which includes beans, lentils, and chickpeas. This classification stems from their growth habits and the structure of their seeds, which differ significantly from those of tree nuts. Legumes are plants that produce seeds or pods, and peanuts fit this description perfectly. The peanut plant Arachis hypergaea is unique in its growth cycle. After its yellow flowers are pollinated, they form a structure called a peg, which bends downward and burrows into the soil. It is beneath the ground that the peanut pods develop, housing the seeds we consume as peanuts. This underground development is a hallmark of legumes and sets peanuts apart from nuts, which typically grow on trees. Nutritionally, peanuts are similar to tree nuts in many ways. They are rich in protein, healthy fats, fiber, vitamins, and minerals, making them a popular and nutritious food. However, their legume status is particularly significant for those with allergies, as peanut allergies are distinct from tree nut allergies. Some people allergic to tree nuts may tolerate peanuts and vice versa, although cross-reactivity is possible. Peanuts also play an important role in agriculture and sustainability. As legumes, they have the ability to fix nitrogen in the soil through a symbiotic relationship with nitrogen-fixing bacteria in their root nodules. This process enriches the soil, reducing the need for synthetic fertilizers and benefiting crop rotation systems. The confusion between peanuts and true nuts likely arises from their culinary use. Peanuts are often grouped with tree nuts in recipes and snacks because of their similar taste, texture, and versatility. From peanut butter to roasted peanuts, they have become a staple in diets worldwide, blurring the lines between botanical and culinary definitions. Understanding that peanuts are legumes rather than nuts offers insight into their unique biology and their broader significance in ecosystems and food systems. While they might not technically be nuts, peanuts remain a treasured and essential food source for cultures around the globe.
Apple seeds contain a compound known as amygdalin, a type of cyanogenic glycoside. When chewed or digested, amygdalin can break down into hydrogen cyanide, a toxic substance. While this fact might sound alarming, the amount of cyanide produced from consuming apple seeds is typically very small, and it would take a substantial quantity to pose any real health risk. Specifically, estimates suggest that consuming the seeds of around 18 to 20 apples, or over 200 seeds in total, could reach a dangerous level of cyanide for the average adult. The reason apple seeds contain amygdalin is likely a natural defense mechanism to deter herbivores from eating the seeds, which are vital for the plant's reproduction. This protective strategy is not unique to apples. Many plants in the rose family, including cherries, peaches, and almonds, also contain cyanogenic compounds in their seeds or pits. In practice, accidental ingestion of a few apple seeds is harmless, as the human body can process small amounts of cyanide efficiently. Furthermore, the seed's hard outer coating often prevents them from being digested unless they are thoroughly chewed. If swallowed whole, the seeds typically pass through the digestive system intact without releasing cyanide. Despite their potential toxicity in large amounts, apple seeds pose minimal risk in everyday consumption. To reach a lethal dose of cyanide, one would need to eat an unrealistic number of apple seeds in a short period. For most people, enjoying apples as part of a healthy diet poses no danger, provided the seeds are not intentionally consumed in large quantities. The cyanide in apple seeds is a reminder of nature's chemical complexity. While many plants produce compounds that can be toxic in large doses, they are generally harmless or even beneficial when consumed in moderation. This balance between risk and safety underscores the importance of understanding and respecting the natural compounds in the foods we eat.
The 100-year-old egg, also known as a century egg, preserved egg, or millennium egg, is a traditional Chinese delicacy that has a misleading name. Despite its evocative moniker, the egg is not aged for 100 years, but rather preserved for a period ranging from a few weeks to a few months. The process transforms the egg in texture, flavor, and appearance, creating a unique culinary experience. Century eggs are typically made using duck, chicken, or quail eggs, which are preserved through a chemical process. The traditional method involves coating the eggs in a mixture of clay, ash, salt, quicklime and rice hulls, then allowing them to cure over time. Modern techniques often substitute alkaline substances like sodium carbonate and calcium hydroxide to expedite the process and achieve consistent results. During preservation, the pH of the egg rises dramatically, creating an alkaline environment that triggers significant chemical changes in the egg's proteins and fats. As a result of this process, the egg white becomes a translucent, amber-colored gel with a firm, jelly-like consistency. The yolk turns dark green or grey and develops a creamy texture with a rich umami flavor. The taste is often described as savory, with hints of salt and sulfur, while the aroma can be strong and pungent, which may take some getting used to for the uninitiated. The century eggs are enjoyed in various ways across East and Southeast Asia. They can be eaten on their own, paired with pickled ginger, or used as an ingredient in dishes like congee salads or tofu-based appetizers. In Chinese cuisine, they are celebrated for their bold flavor and are considered a delicacy with cultural significance. The myth that century eggs are aged for a century likely arose from their striking transformation and the intense flavors that suggest long aging. However, the preservation process's efficiency means that it takes only a few weeks to months to achieve the desired effects. This culinary tradition showcases the ingenuity of food preservation techniques and the diverse ways humans have enhanced and extended the shelf life of natural ingredients. Century eggs continue to be a beloved and iconic food in many cultures, embodying the creativity and resourcefulness of traditional food practices. For those unfamiliar with the delicacy, trying a century egg can be an adventurous and rewarding culinary experience.
The statement Coca-Cola would be green if food coloring wasn't added is often circulated as a fun fact, but it is somewhat misleading. Coca-Cola's natural color without added caramel coloring isn't exactly green, but rather a light and murky hue that might appear greenish-brown. This natural coloration comes from the mix of its original ingredients, including the coca leaf extract, now replaced with a decoconized version, and cola nuts, which both have their own distinct colors. To achieve the iconic dark brown shade associated with Coca-Cola, manufacturers add caramel coloring, specifically a type known as Class 4 caramel coloring. This ingredient not only enhances the drink's visual appeal, but also aligns with consumers' expectations for the product. The consistent dark color has become a signature element of the brand and contributes to its globally recognized identity. Historically, the original Coca-Cola recipe, developed in the late 19th century by Dr. John Stiff Pemberton, did not include artificial food coloring as we understand it today. However, as the drink evolved into a commercial product, standardizing its appearance became crucial for branding purposes. The addition of caramel coloring ensures the beverage looks the same whether it's bottled in Atlanta, Tokyo, or Cairo. While the green Coca-Cola claim isn't entirely accurate, it does underscore the importance of color in the marketing and presentation of food and beverages. It also serves as a reminder of the meticulous processes involved in creating a product that millions consume daily.
Nutmeg, a common spice derived from the seed of the Myristica fragrance tree, has a lesser-known property. It can produce hallucinogenic effects if consumed in very large doses. This is due to the presence of myristicin, a naturally occurring compound found in nutmeg's essential oil. Myristicin is a psychoactive substance that, when ingested in high amounts, can affect the central nervous system, leading to altered perception, euphoria, and in some cases hallucinations. The hallucinogenic effects of nutmeg are not immediate. After consuming a large quantity, symptoms typically take several hours to manifest and can last for up to 24 to 48 hours. In addition to hallucinations, individuals may experience nausea, vomiting, dizziness, dry mouth, heart palpitations, and severe discomfort. The psychoactive experience is often described as unpleasant rather than enjoyable, making nutmeg an unlikely candidate for recreational use. The amount of nutmeg required to induce these effects varies depending on the individual's body weight and sensitivity. but it generally involves consuming several teaspoons of the spice. This is significantly more than the amounts typically used in cooking or baking, where nutmeg is added in small quantities for its warm, spicy flavour. Historically, nutmeg has been used in traditional medicine and folklore for its purported aphrodisiac and sedative properties. However, its psychoactive potential has also been known for centuries. In some cases, it has been used as a last resort intoxicant, particularly in prison settings or among individuals lacking access to conventional drugs. Despite this, nutmeg's effects are unpredictable and its toxicity makes it a risky choice. Excessive nutmeg consumption can be dangerous. High doses can cause nutmeg poisoning, characterized by symptoms such as confusion, agitation, and even seizures. In extreme cases, it can lead to organ failure or death. As a result, while nutmeg remains a safe and flavorful addition to food in small amounts, it is not recommended to consume it in large quantities for any purpose.
McDonald's once experimented with creating bubblegum-flavored broccoli as part of its efforts to develop healthier menu options for children. This unusual concept was devised in the early 2010s, during a period when the company faced criticism for contributing to childhood obesity and sought to improve its nutritional offerings. The idea was to make vegetables more appealing to children by incorporating flavors they already enjoyed, like bubblegum. The creation was part of a broader initiative to innovate and make healthy eating more accessible and enjoyable. However, the experiment backfired. While the bubblegum-flavored broccoli successfully intrigued some children, it left most confused and unimpressed. During focus group testing, children found the flavor combination strange and unappetizing. Instead of encouraging kids to eat their vegetables, it created a sense of bewilderment, as broccoli's natural texture and bubblegum's sweet artificial flavor didn't complement each other. The failure of bubblegum-flavored broccoli highlighted the challenges of altering children's eating habits through unconventional methods. It underscored that taste alone isn't enough to shift preferences. Factors such as texture, appearance, and familiarity also play critical roles. Additionally, parents and health advocates criticized the attempt, arguing that disguising vegetables with artificial flavors undermined the goal of teaching children to enjoy natural, healthy foods. After the idea flopped, McDonald's shifted its focus to more practical strategies for improving its menu, such as offering apple slices, yogurt, and milk in Happy Meals. The bubblegum broccoli experiment remains a quirky footnote in the company's history, illustrating the complexities of blending nutrition with consumer appeal, especially when catering to children.
Lobsters, now considered a luxury delicacy, were once regarded as food for the poor and marginalized. In colonial America and the 19th century, lobsters were so abundant along the northeastern coast of the United States that they were used as a cheap source of sustenance for prisoners, indentured servants, and the impoverished. The crustaceans were so plentiful that they would wash up on shores in large quantities, often piled several feet high after storms. At the time, lobsters were seen as unrefined and undesirable. They were nicknamed the cockroach of the sea due to their scavenger-like behavior. People even considered it shameful to eat lobster regularly, and there were reports of servants rebelling against being forced to consume it too often. In some areas, laws were passed to limit the number of times prisoners or servants could be fed lobster, typically to no more than a few times per week. The perception of lobster began to shift in the late 19th century with the development of transportation technologies, such as railroads, which allowed fresh lobster to be shipped to inland cities where it was marketed as an exotic delicacy. Additionally, the rise of fine dining establishments and the influence of chefs helped reframe lobster as a gourmet food. Tourists visiting coastal areas were also introduced to lobster as a luxurious treat, further boosting its appeal. By the mid-20th century, lobster had transitioned from being a low-cost, readily available food to a highly sought-after and expensive dish. This transformation was driven by changing societal attitudes, improved cooking techniques, and the increasing rarity of wild-caught lobsters due to overfishing and environmental changes. Today, lobster is a symbol of indulgence, often associated with celebrations and upscale dining. Its journey from a poor man's protein to a luxury item is a fascinating example of how food perceptions can evolve based on cultural, economic, and environmental factors.
Alaska is unique among the United States because it holds the distinction of being the westernmost, easternmost, and northernmost state in the country, a geographical oddity tied to its location and vast expanse. Alaska is the northernmost state because it extends far into the Arctic Circle, with its northernmost point, Point Barrow, Utqiagvik, sitting at a latitude of about 71 degrees north. This location makes it closer to the North Pole than any other U.S. state. As the westernmost state, Alaska reaches farther west than Hawaii or any other state due to the Aleutian Islands chain. These islands stretch across the 180th meridian into the eastern hemisphere, placing parts of Alaska at the edge of the Western world. While it might seem counterintuitive, Alaska is also the easternmost state. This is because the Aleutian Islands cross the 180th meridian of longitude, which is the dividing line between the eastern and western hemispheres. Since longitude increases eastward from the prime meridian, 0 degrees, the islands west of the 180th meridian technically lie in the eastern hemisphere, making them the easternmost point of the United States. This combination of extremes is a testament to Alaska's vast size and unique position on the globe. With an area of over 663,000 square miles, Alaska is by far the largest U.S. state, larger than the combined size of the next three largest states, Texas, California, and Montana. Its geographic diversity and strategic position make it a fascinating region, blending Arctic tundra, coastal shores, and volcanic islands, all while holding a special place in global geography.
Canada is renowned for its abundance of freshwater lakes, holding the remarkable distinction of having more lakes than the rest of the world combined. This incredible natural feature is a result of the country's vast size, glacial history, and unique geography. Canada is home to an estimated 2 million lakes, with around 31,000 of them covering areas larger than 3 square kilometers, or 1.2 square miles. This unparalleled number of lakes is due largely to the retreat of glaciers during the last ice age. As the glaciers receded, they carved out depressions in the land, which later filled with meltwater, forming countless lakes. These glacially sculpted basins can be found across the country, from the pristine wilderness of British Columbia to the Arctic tundra. Some of the world's largest lakes are found in Canada, including the Great Lakes, which it shares with the United States, and several entirely within its borders, such as Great Bear Lake and Great Slave Lake. Great Bear Lake, located in the Northwest Territories, is the largest lake entirely within Canada and the 8th largest lake in the world. These lakes serve as critical ecosystems for wildlife, resources for human populations, and stunning destinations for recreation and tourism. Canada's lakes hold an immense amount of the world's fresh water, about 20% of the global supply. This makes the country one of the most water-rich nations on Earth, a vital resource in an era of increasing water scarcity. The abundance of lakes also plays a significant role in Canada's climate, economy, and culture, providing opportunities for fishing, transportation, and hydroelectric power generation. While many countries boast beautiful lakes, none come close to matching Canada's sheer volume. For example, countries like Finland, often nicknamed the Land of 1,000 Lakes, have significantly fewer lakes than Canada. Canada's vast and sparsely populated landmass allows for the preservation of these water bodies, ensuring that many remain pristine and relatively untouched by human activity. Canada's dominance in the world of lakes is a testament to its glacial past and vast geography, making it a global leader in freshwater resources and a haven for nature lovers.
Iceland, often referred to as the land of fire and ice, is the only country in the world without mosquitoes. This unique distinction has fascinated scientists and travellers alike, as mosquitoes are among the most widespread insects thriving in various climates worldwide. Despite Iceland's proximity to regions with large mosquito populations such as Greenland and Scandinavia, these pests have never successfully established themselves on the island. Several factors contribute to Iceland's mosquito-free status. The country's cool climate and frequent temperature fluctuations are believed to disrupt the life cycle of mosquitoes, particularly during their larval stage. Mosquitoes require stable conditions with standing water for their eggs and larvae to develop, but Iceland's volcanic terrain, glacial runoff and dynamic weather patterns limit the availability of suitable breeding grounds. Additionally, the country's water systems are often either too cold or too fast-flowing to support mosquito larvae. Another theory points to Iceland's relative isolation and stringent customs regulations, which may have prevented mosquitoes from being introduced. Unlike other countries, Iceland has no native mosquito population to adapt to its environment, and incoming mosquitoes, often hitchhiking on travellers or cargo, fail to survive the inhospitable conditions. For visitors, Iceland's lack of mosquitoes is an added perk, allowing them to explore its breathtaking landscapes without the nuisance of bites or the need for insect repellents. This unique aspect of Icelandic life is often highlighted by locals as a point of pride, adding to the allure of a country already renowned for its natural wonders.
Africa, a vast and diverse continent, holds the unique distinction of being the only continent located in all four hemispheres of the Earth: northern, southern, eastern and western. This geographical phenomenon is made possible by the intersection of the equator and the prime meridian, which pass through Africa and divide the planet into hemispheres. The equator traverses the continent roughly in the middle, cutting through countries such as Gabon, Congo, Uganda, Kenya and Somalia, placing parts of Africa in both the northern and southern hemispheres. Meanwhile, the prime meridian runs through Ghana, Mali and several neighbouring nations, situating portions of Africa in both the eastern and western hemispheres. This positioning makes Africa one of the most geographically diverse continents, influencing its climate, ecosystems and cultures. The continent spans a wide range of environments, from the Mediterranean climate in the north to the tropical rainforests near the equator and down to the arid deserts and savannas of the south. Africa's geographic spread across all hemispheres contributes to this variety, as the equator creates equatorial zones of high biodiversity, while the division by the prime meridian emphasizes the continent's global centrality. The fact that Africa lies in all four hemispheres also enhances its significance in global geopolitics and trade. Historically, this central location has made Africa a crossroads for civilizations, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultural practices. Today, it underscores Africa's strategic importance in connecting different parts of the world. The continent's hemispherical placement also means that it experiences both equatorial and temperate climatic influences, shaping diverse agricultural systems and ways of life. Africa's hemispheric uniqueness is not just a geographical fact. It symbolizes the continent's central role in the Earth's interconnected systems. From influencing global climate patterns to its position as a hub for biodiversity and human culture, Africa's location across all four hemispheres is a remarkable testament to its pivotal place in the world.
Mount Everest, standing at a staggering height of 8,848.86 meters, which is 29,031.7 feet, is a symbol of natural grandeur and an ever-changing geological marvel. Its continued growth at an average rate of about 4 millimeters per year is a direct result of tectonic forces that have been shaping the region for tens of millions of years. This growth is tied to the collision of the Indian and Eurasian tectonic plates, a process that began around 50 million years ago when the Indian plate began its northward movement, eventually crashing into the Eurasian plate. This collision caused the Earth's crust to crumple, fold, and thrust upward, forming the Himalayan mountain range, with Mount Everest as its crown jewel. The ongoing growth of Mount Everest is not uniform but rather part of a complex interplay of forces. The tectonic push from the Indian plate is the primary driver, forcing the Himalayan region upward. However, natural forces such as erosion from wind, rain, and glacial activity act to counterbalance this upward movement. These erosive processes gradually wear down the peaks, demonstrating a delicate balance between growth and decay. Despite this, the uplift caused by tectonic activity has remained slightly dominant over millions of years, allowing Mount Everest to retain its position as the highest peak on Earth. Modern technology has revolutionized our ability to measure and understand the growth of Mount Everest. Using tools such as global positioning system devices, satellite imagery, and sophisticated laser scanning, scientists can now track minute changes in the mountain's height with extraordinary precision. For example, during a 2020 survey, Nepal and China jointly measured the peak's height, incorporating advanced techniques to ensure accuracy. Such measurements not only confirm Everest's annual growth, but also provide critical data for understanding the dynamics of Earth's crust in this region. Interestingly, Mount Everest's growth is not always steady. Sudden, dramatic events like earthquakes can cause temporary changes in the mountain's height and structure. For instance, the devastating Gorkha earthquake that struck Nepal in 2015 caused a slight subsidence in the surrounding region, with some areas sinking while others rose. Although Mount Everest itself was largely unaffected in terms of height, this event highlighted how seismic activity can reshape the region in an instant. In the long term, however, the tectonic forces responsible for the mountain's growth tend to overshadow these episodic disruptions. Mount Everest's ongoing rise serves as a reminder of the dynamic nature of Earth's surface. It is a living testament to the immense power of plate tectonics, a process that continues to shape not only the Himalayas, but also the landscapes of our entire planet. As scientific research and monitoring techniques advance, our understanding of Mount Everest's growth and its connection to Earth's broader geological systems will continue to deepen, offering valuable insights into the forces that sculpt our world.
The Dead Sea, a unique hypersaline lake located at the lowest point on Earth's surface, is renowned for its extraordinary buoyancy, allowing people to float effortlessly on its surface. This phenomenon occurs because the Dead Sea's salinity is exceptionally high, about 34%, nearly 10 times saltier than most oceans. The elevated salt content significantly increases the water's density, making it easier for the human body to stay afloat without any effort. This natural buoyancy is one of the key reasons the Dead Sea attracts visitors from around the world. The high salinity of the Dead Sea is the result of its unique geographical and climatic conditions. Situated in a desert region, the lake receives minimal rainfall and has no outlets for its water to flow into other bodies. Instead, water entering the Dead Sea from its main tributary, the Jordan River, and occasional rainfall, only leaves through evaporation. The intense heat of the region accelerates evaporation, leaving behind high concentrations of salts and minerals. Over time, this process has created one of the saltiest bodies of water on Earth. The water of the Dead Sea is rich in various minerals, including magnesium, potassium and calcium chloride, which not only contribute to its salinity but also provide therapeutic properties. The mineral-rich mud and water are believed to have healing benefits, making the Dead Sea a popular destination for wellness tourism. Its environment has been used to treat skin conditions such as psoriasis and eczema, as well as to promote relaxation and skin rejuvenation. Floating in the Dead Sea is a surreal experience, but the extreme salinity also comes with some caveats. The water can be harsh on the skin and eyes, causing irritation if splashed into the face or if there are any cuts or abrasions. Furthermore, drinking the water or prolonged exposure can be harmful due to its mineral composition. Despite these precautions, the Dead Sea remains a sought-after location for its unparalleled natural phenomenon. Interestingly, the Dead Sea is shrinking at an alarming rate due to human activity and climate change. Diversion of water from the Jordan River for agricultural and industrial use has significantly reduced the inflow into the lake, causing its water levels to drop by over a metre per year. This has led to environmental concerns and efforts to mitigate its decline, such as projects to bring water from the Red Sea to replenish the Dead Sea. Whether such efforts will be sufficient to preserve this natural wonder remains uncertain. The Dead Sea's unique ability to allow people to float effortlessly, combined with its mineral-rich composition and striking desert landscape, makes it one of the most fascinating natural landmarks in the world. It stands as a testament to the diverse and extreme conditions that can exist on our planet, providing both recreational and scientific value.
The statement that Russia is bigger than Pluto is a fascinating comparison that underscores the sheer size of the Earth's largest country and the relatively small size of this distant dwarf planet. Russia spans an incredible 17.1 million square kilometers, making it the largest country on Earth by land area. It covers roughly 1/8 of the planet's total landmass, stretching across 11 time zones and encompassing a diverse range of landscapes, including tundra, forests, mountains, and plains. Pluto, on the other hand, is a celestial body that was once considered the 9th planet in our solar system, but was reclassified as a dwarf planet in 2006 by the International Astronomical Union. Its total surface area is estimated to be about 16.7 million square kilometers, which is slightly smaller than Russia's land area. This surprising fact highlights the diminutive size of Pluto, despite it being a significant object in the Kuiper Belt, a region of icy bodies beyond Neptune. The comparison is intriguing because it challenges common perceptions about planetary bodies. While Pluto might be imagined as enormous due to its planetary status in popular culture, its small size becomes apparent when measured against familiar earthly landmarks like Russia. This discrepancy arises from the fact that celestial bodies vary greatly in size, and not all planets or dwarf planets are comparable to Earth in scale. Russia's vast size contributes to its geopolitical and cultural significance. The country is home to a wide array of natural resources, ecosystems and climates, which have played a critical role in its history and economy. Its landmass includes Siberia, one of the most expansive and resource-rich regions on the planet, further emphasizing its global importance. Pluto, while smaller, is equally fascinating for entirely different reasons. Its surface features include vast plains of nitrogen ice, towering water ice mountains, and a thin atmosphere composed primarily of nitrogen with traces of methane and carbon monoxide. Pluto's exploration has been limited, but the 2015 flyby by NASA's New Horizons spacecraft provided humanity with the first detailed images and data of this distant world, revealing its complex geology and surprising activity. In comparing the two, the scale disparity between terrestrial and extraterrestrial objects is striking. While Russia's size is tangible and observable, Pluto's smaller size is part of its charm and mystery as an enigmatic member of our solar system. Together they serve as a reminder of the vast differences in scale and perspective between our home planet and the universe beyond.
Antarctica, the southernmost continent on Earth, is often associated with its icy expanse and extreme cold, but it is also classified as a desert. This designation might seem counterintuitive given its thick layers of ice and snow, but it aligns with the scientific definition of a desert, a region that receives very little precipitation. Antarctica receives an average of only about 50 millimeters or 2 inches of precipitation per year, mostly in the form of snow. This is less than the Sahara Desert, which averages about 76 millimeters or 3 inches annually. The low precipitation in Antarctica is due to its extreme cold and the behavior of atmospheric moisture. Cold air holds far less moisture than warm air, and the frigid temperatures over Antarctica prevent significant amounts of water vapor from accumulating in the atmosphere. As a result, snowfall, the primary form of precipitation in Antarctica, is sparse. Additionally, much of the continent is shielded by high-pressure systems that further inhibit the formation of clouds and precipitation. Despite being covered in ice, Antarctica's conditions are strikingly similar to those of a traditional desert. Most of its surface is dominated by permanent ice sheets that have accumulated over millions of years. However, there are regions of the continent such as the McMurdo Dry Valleys, where the landscape is completely devoid of ice and snow. These areas are among the driest places on Earth, with some spots receiving no measurable precipitation for thousands of years. The classification of Antarctica as a desert highlights the unique interplay of cold and dryness. While its landscape appears vastly different from hot deserts like the Sahara, they share the defining feature of aridity. Interestingly, the Sahara, with its scorching temperatures and sand dunes, experiences occasional rainfall and even rare flooding events, which are almost non-existent in Antarctica's interior regions. Antarctica's desert status has profound implications for its ecosystem and research potential. The harsh conditions make it one of the most inhospitable places for life, with only specialized microorganisms, hardy lichens, and a few invertebrates managing to survive in the ice-free zones. However, the continent's dry and stable environment is ideal for scientific studies, such as drilling ice cores that provide insights into Earth's climatic history over hundreds of thousands of years. The juxtaposition of ice and desert in Antarctica serves as a reminder of Earth's incredible diversity and the adaptability of the natural world. It challenges traditional notions of what a desert looks like, demonstrating that aridity can manifest in both blistering heat and freezing cold.
The Amazon River, one of the most iconic and mighty rivers on Earth, has a fascinating geological history that includes flowing in the opposite direction millions of years ago. Today, the Amazon flows eastward across South America, emptying into the Atlantic Ocean. However, evidence from geological and fossil records indicates that during the Mesozoic era, around 100 million years ago, the river once flowed westward toward the Pacific Ocean. This reversal in the Amazon River's flow is closely tied to the dramatic geological changes that shaped the South American continent. At that time, South America was still connected to Africa as part of the supercontinent Gondwana. The Andes Mountains, which now form a massive natural barrier along the western edge of the continent, had not yet formed. Without the Andes, the continent's topography sloped gently westward, and rivers, including the early Amazon, drained toward the Pacific. The rise of the Andes, which began about 65 million years ago due to the collision of tectonic plates, profoundly altered the continent's geography. As these mountains rose, they created a massive physical barrier that blocked the Amazon's westward flow. This blockage caused water to accumulate and form vast inland seas and swamps, effectively reversing the flow of rivers in the region. Over millions of years, as the Andes continued to grow and the landscape adjusted, the Amazon River found a new path eastward towards the Atlantic Ocean, which remains its current course. The reversal of the Amazon's flow had profound effects on South America's ecosystems and biodiversity. The transformation of the river's direction and the subsequent drainage of the inland seas reshaped the continent's habitats, influencing the evolution of its flora and fauna. Today, the Amazon River and its basin are home to the most diverse ecosystems on the planet, including the Amazon rainforest, which owes its existence in part to these ancient geological shifts. Evidence for this ancient reversal comes from sedimentary deposits and fossil records. Geologists have identified sediments along the Amazon's current course that were once deposited by rivers flowing in the opposite direction. Additionally, fossils of marine organisms have been found in regions that are now far inland, providing clues about the ancient inland seas that formed during the river's transitional period. The story of the Amazon River's reversed flow is a testament to the dynamic nature of Earth's surface and the powerful forces of plate tectonics. It illustrates how geological processes over millions of years can reshape continents, redirect massive rivers, and create entirely new ecosystems. This history adds another layer of intrigue to the Amazon River, a natural wonder already celebrated for its scale, complexity, and ecological significance.
Point Nemo, a remote location in the South Pacific Ocean, holds the distinction of being the most isolated spot on Earth. Officially known as the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, it is located at a point that is farthest from any landmass. The nearest land to Point Nemo is over 2,688 kilometers, or about 1,450 nautical miles away. To put this distance into perspective, the International Space Station, orbiting Earth at an altitude of approximately 400 kilometers, or 250 miles, is often closer to Point Nemo than any human-inhabited land. Point Nemo is named after Captain Nemo, the famous submarine captain from Jules Verne's novel 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It was identified in 1992 by survey engineer Hervoge Lucatella using computer modeling to pinpoint the exact location. Point Nemo lies in the South Pacific Gyre, a vast expanse of open ocean known for its relative lack of marine life and scarce human activity due to its remoteness and nutrient-poor waters. The region surrounding Point Nemo is so isolated that it is often called an oceanic desert. Few species inhabit this area, as the lack of nutrient-rich currents makes it difficult for marine ecosystems to thrive. The absence of human activity also means that the waters here are largely untouched, making Point Nemo one of the least polluted areas of the world's oceans. Point Nemo has another intriguing association. It is often referred to as the spacecraft cemetery. This is because it is the designated location for controlled re-entries of decommissioned spacecraft and satellites. Its remoteness makes it an ideal crash site, minimizing the risk of debris causing harm to humans or property. Since 1971, more than 260 spacecraft, including parts of the Russian Mir space station, have been intentionally deorbited to splash down near Point Nemo. Despite its isolation, Point Nemo has captured the imagination of adventurers, scientists, and storytellers. It serves as a powerful symbol of Earth's vastness and the limits of human exploration. Its location, far from human civilization, also underscores the interconnectedness of Earth and space, as the ISS orbiting above represents humanity's presence beyond the planet, while Point Nemo below remains one of the least touched places on Earth. Point Nemo is a fascinating example of how geography and technology intersect to reveal the planet's extremes. Its status as the most remote location on Earth highlights the scale of our planet and the sheer expanse of the oceans that cover more than 70% of its surface.
The story of Mickey and Minnie Mouse isn't just a fairy tale on screen, it also has a magical real-life counterpart. Wayne Allwine, the voice actor for Mickey Mouse, and Russi Taylor, the voice actor for Minnie Mouse, were married in real life. This heartwarming connection added a layer of authenticity and charm to the iconic Disney characters. Wayne Allwine began voicing Mickey Mouse in 1977, taking over the role after Jimmy McDonald. Russi Taylor became the official voice of Minnie Mouse in 1986, and the two met while working together on various Disney projects. Over time, their professional relationship blossomed into a romantic one. The couple married in 1991 and remained together until Wayne Allwine's passing in 2009. Their love story mirrored the affection between Mickey and Minnie, capturing the hearts of Disney fans worldwide. Colleagues often remarked on their genuine affection for each other, which radiated in their performances. Despite being married, they kept their personal relationship relatively private, focusing instead on their work and their dedication to bringing these beloved characters to life. Their union is a testament to how art and life can intertwine in magical ways. It's a charming anecdote that further endears the legacy of Mickey and Minnie Mouse to fans, highlighting the enduring power of love both on and off the screen.
The decision to give Barbie a complete formal name was quite strategic for Mattel. In 1959, when Barbie was introduced, it was revolutionary to create a doll with such a developed identity. Previous dolls were typically baby dolls meant for nurturing play, but Barbie was designed to be an independent young woman with her own life story. Her formal name helped establish her as a character that girls could imagine as a real person with a career, home, and lifestyle. Ruth Handler's inspiration came from observing her daughter Barbara playing with paper dolls, often giving them adult roles. The name Barbara was naturally chosen from Handler's daughter, but the addition of Millicent Roberts helped create what marketing professionals would now call a fuller brand identity. The name had a sophisticated, slightly upper-middle-class feel that aligned with Barbie's fashionable image and aspirational qualities. Over the decades, Mattel has built an extensive universe around Barbie, complete with family members who also have full names. For instance, her younger sister is named Kelly Roberts, though later renamed Chelsea, and her longtime boyfriend is Kenneth Sean Carson, better known as Ken. This naming convention helped create a realistic world for children to explore through play. The choice of Millicent as a middle name is particularly interesting for the late 1950s. It has an aristocratic, almost Victorian feel, which might have been chosen to give Barbie an air of sophistication. The surname Roberts is solid and respectable, neither too fancy nor too plain-fitting for a character who is meant to be relatable yet aspirational. Throughout Barbie's various incarnations, from the original teenage fashion model to her many careers including doctor, astronaut, president and scientist, her full name has remained constant, though it's rarely used in marketing or packaging. It's more commonly found in books, character guides and official Mattel documentation, serving as a foundation for her character rather than a regularly used identifier. This attention to detail in creating Barbie's identity helped establish her as more than just a toy. She became a cultural icon who has reflected and sometimes influenced American society's views on women's roles, careers and possibilities for over 60 years. Her full name represents a thoughtful approach to character development that was ahead of its time in the toy industry.
The Wicked Bible, also known as the Adulterous Bible or Sinner's Bible, was published in 1631 by Robert Barker and Martin Lucas, the royal printers in London. Its notorious claim to fame came from a significant typographical error in the Ten Commandments, specifically in Exodus 20:14, where the word not was omitted from the seventh commandment, making it read, "Thou shalt commit adultery," instead of "Thou shalt not commit adultery. Its notorious claim to fame came from a significant typographical error in the Ten Commandments, specifically in Exodus 20:14, where the word not was omitted from the seventh commandment, making it read, "Thou shalt commit adultery," instead of "Thou shalt not commit adultery. When this error was discovered, it caused a massive scandal in England. King Charles I was furious about the mistake and summoned the printers to the Star Chamber, where they were fined £300, a massive sum at the time, equivalent to tens of thousands of dollars today, and had their printing license revoked. Most copies of the Wicked Bible were recalled and burned on orders from the king. The error is believed to have been either an accidental omission by a tired typesetter or, as some have suggested, an act of sabotage by Barker's rival printers. This mistake contributed to Robert Barker's eventual downfall. He later ended up in debtor's prison, where he died in 1645. Today, only a handful of copies of the Wicked Bible are known to exist. Estimates suggest between 11 and 20 surviving copies. These rare copies are highly valued by collectors and museums. One copy sold at auction in 2015 for £31,250. The remaining copies are held in various institutions, including the British Library, the New York Public Library, and a few private collections. The Wicked Bible serves as a remarkable example of how a single missing word can completely change the meaning of a text, and it remains one of the most famous printing errors in history. It also provides an interesting glimpse into the serious consequences that could result from printing errors in 17th century England, particularly when those errors pertain to religious texts.
Blinding Lights by The Weeknd, released in November 2019 as part of his fourth studio album After Hours, achieved the remarkable milestone of becoming Spotify's most streamed song of all time. The synth-pop track, with its heavy 1980s influence and infectious melody, surpassed Ed Sheeran's Shape of You, which had previously held the record for most streams on the platform. The song's success can be attributed to its broad appeal, combining retro synth-pop elements with modern production values. It gained significant traction not just through traditional listening but also through social media, particularly on TikTok, where it became part of various viral trends. The song's popularity was also boosted by The Weeknd's Super Bowl LV halftime show performance in 2021. Blinding Lights has accumulated billions of streams on Spotify, demonstrating remarkable staying power years after its initial release. The track's achievement is particularly notable given the intense competition in the streaming era, where songs often have shorter periods of peak popularity. Its success helped cement The Weeknd's position as one of the most influential artists of the streaming era. The song's commercial success was matched by critical acclaim. It spent a record-breaking time on Billboard's Hot 100 chart and was named the #1 greatest Hot 100 hit of all time by Billboard in 2021, surpassing Chubby Checker's The Twist. This streaming achievement on Spotify represents just one facet of the song's broader cultural impact and commercial success. Given my knowledge cutoff date of April 2024, while I can confirm the song held this record at some point, you may want to verify its current status, as streaming records can change frequently.
Elvis Presley was indeed a natural blonde, though this fact surprises many people since he was known throughout his career for his iconic jet black hair. Born with light blonde hair that gradually darkened to a sandy blonde color as he grew older, Elvis began dyeing his hair black in the early stages of his career. The decision to dye his hair black was reportedly influenced by several factors. First, Elvis idolized Tony Curtis, who had dark hair, and wanted to emulate his look. Additionally, he believed that black hair created a more striking appearance on black and white television and in photographs, which was crucial during the 1950s when most media was not in color. The dark hair also complemented his pale skin and blue eyes, creating the distinctive appearance that would become his trademark. Elvis maintained this dyed black hair throughout his career, with his natural blonde roots often needing regular maintenance. Elvis maintained this dyed black hair throughout his career, with his natural blonde roots often needing regular maintenance. His longtime hairdresser, Larry Geller, used a mixture of hair dyes, including Miss Clairol 51D and black velvet and blue black, to achieve the specific shade of black that became synonymous with Elvis's image. His longtime hairdresser, Larry Geller, used a mixture of hair dyes, including Miss Clairol 51D, and black velvet and blue black, to achieve the specific shade of black that became synonymous with Elvis's image. Even during his time in the army, Elvis continued to dye his hair, though military regulations required a more conservative style. Even during his time in the army, Elvis continued to dye his hair, though military regulations required a more conservative style. This transformation from natural blonde to dyed black hair is one of many carefully crafted elements of Elvis's iconic image, alongside his distinctive fashion choices and performance style. This transformation from natural blonde to dyed black hair is one of many carefully crafted elements of Elvis's iconic image, alongside his distinctive fashion choices and performance style. It's a lesser-known fact about the king of rock and roll that adds an interesting dimension to understanding how deliberately he and his management team crafted his public image. It's a lesser-known fact about the king of rock and roll that adds an interesting dimension to understanding how deliberately he and his management team crafted his public image.
The first movie ever copyrighted was a groundbreaking 2-second film titled Fred Ott's Sneeze, or Edison Kinetoscopic Record of a Sneeze, created in 1894. This short film holds historical significance as it represents one of the earliest examples of motion picture technology and its formal protection under copyright law. The film was produced by the Edison Manufacturing Company, a pioneer in the development of early cinematic devices and techniques. The subject of the film, Fred Ott, was an employee of Thomas Edison and a frequent collaborator in his experiments. In this clip, Ott is seen performing an exaggerated sneeze, a simple yet captivating action for audiences of the time. The motion of a sneeze was chosen likely because it demonstrated the ability of moving images to capture fleeting, dynamic moments that could not be replicated in still photography. Fred Ott's Sneeze was registered with the Library of Congress on January 7, 1894, under the newly established copyright laws applicable to motion pictures. This act not only protected the film, but also underscored the growing recognition of cinema as a form of intellectual property worth safeguarding. It reflects the era's burgeoning appreciation of filmmaking as both an art form and a commercial enterprise. Although it may seem trivial today, the film was revolutionary for its time, marking a key milestone in the evolution of cinema. It also highlights how early filmmakers, including Edison, sought to secure their work against unauthorized duplication and to capitalize on the emerging industry of moving images. Today, Fred Ott's Sneeze serves as a fascinating artifact of cinematic history, representing the humble beginnings of an art form that would grow into one of the most influential mediums of the modern age.
Frederick J. Bauer's legacy is as unique as the invention he left behind. As the inventor of the Pringles can, he transformed how snacks are packaged and consumed, addressing the common frustrations of chip lovers everywhere. Before Pringles, traditional snack packaging, typically large bags, was notorious for leaving chips crushed at the bottom and stale soon after opening. Bauer's cylindrical can, with its airtight lid and stackable design, not only solved these issues, but also gave Pringles their distinct and iconic identity. His work as a chemist and food storage expert at Procter & Gamble was pivotal in bringing this innovation to life. Bauer's sense of pride in his invention went beyond professional achievement. It was deeply personal, so much so that he made an unusual request to his family. When he passed away, he wanted a portion of his ashes to be interred in a Pringles can. This wish was both a humorous nod to his creation and a heartfelt expression of his connection to his work. When he died in 2008 at the age of 89, his family honored this unique request. They chose an original flavor Pringles can to reflect the first iteration of the product he helped bring into existence. The can was then buried along with the rest of his remains, a fitting tribute to a man who changed the snack world forever. The story of Bauer's burial in a Pringles can has become a symbol of his creativity and dedication. It demonstrates how deeply an invention can intertwine with a person's identity. For Bauer, the can was not just a product, it was an embodiment of his innovative spirit and problem-solving mindset. This quirky yet touching gesture resonates with many who hear about it, offering a glimpse into the personality of the man behind one of the most recognizable snack packages in the world. In the years since his death, Bauer's unusual final resting place has turned into a charming piece of pop culture lore. It highlights the idea that innovation can have lasting effects, not only on industries but also on the memories people leave behind. Bauer's request, carried out with love and respect by his family, ensures that his contribution to the snack world will never be forgotten. It's a story that combines humor, legacy, and the enduring power of a creative mind.
The song Happy Birthday to You has an interesting and complicated history when it comes to copyright. For years, it was considered one of the most recognizable and widely sung songs in the world. Despite its ubiquity, Happy Birthday was long entangled in legal battles over who held the rights to the song and whether those rights were enforceable. The melody of Happy Birthday dates back to the late 19th century, originally composed by Patty Hill and her sister Mildred J. Hill as a classroom greeting song titled Good Morning to All. The lyrics for Happy Birthday were later added, but the authorship of these lyrics remains unclear. The song was eventually published in various forms and its popularity grew, leading to disputes over ownership. Warner Chappell Music acquired the rights to the song in the 1980s, claiming that the copyright on the lyrics was valid. For decades, Warner Chappell charged royalties for the commercial use of the song, generating millions of dollars annually. However, the copyright faced significant challenges. Critics argued that the song should be in the public domain, especially since the melody was much older and the lyrics were not conclusively proven to belong to Warner Chappell. In 2013, a lawsuit was filed by filmmakers seeking to use the song without paying hefty licensing fees. The legal battle culminated in a landmark decision in 2016 when a federal court ruled that Warner Chappell did not hold a valid copyright on the song's lyrics. The court determined that the song was already in the public domain, as no definitive proof of copyright ownership existed for the specific lyrics. This decision effectively freed Happy Birthday for public use, and Warner Chappell agreed to settle the lawsuit by refunding millions of dollars in previously collected licensing fees. Despite this ruling, there are occasional misunderstandings about the song's copyright status. Some sources mistakenly claim that the song remains copyrighted until 2030, possibly due to confusion about the varying expiration dates of copyrights and the details of the legal case. Today, Happy Birthday is widely considered part of the public domain, allowing people to sing or use it in any context without fear of legal repercussions. The case remains a milestone in copyright law, highlighting the importance of public access to cultural works and challenging the commercialization of such universally shared traditions.
The story of the first email ever sent is a fascinating glimpse into the early days of digital communication. In 1971, a computer engineer named Ray Tomlinson sent the first email as part of an experiment while working on ARPANET, the precursor to the modern Internet. Tomlinson was tasked with exploring ways to allow computers to communicate with one another over a network. In the process, he developed the email system and introduced the use of the @ symbol to separate a user's name from their computer's address, a practice that remains standard to this day. To test his new system, Tomlinson sent the first email message between two computers that were sitting side by side, connected through ARPANET. The content of this historic message was not particularly meaningful. It was simply a string of characters, WWII, the first line of letters on a keyboard. The message served as a placeholder, much like a test message, because the primary goal was to demonstrate that the technology worked. Tomlinson later admitted that he did not document the exact text of the first email, but it was likely something quick and simple, such as random keystrokes. Although the content of the first email was trivial, the innovation behind it was revolutionary. Tomlinson's invention laid the groundwork for email as we know it today, transforming communication in the decades that followed. By enabling people to send messages electronically, email eliminated the constraints of time and physical distance, profoundly impacting personal and professional communication. The first email also highlighted the simplicity and utility of the technology. At the time, Tomlinson had no idea how significant his creation would become. He once remarked that he didn't think the email was particularly important at the time. It was just another project he was working on. However, his contribution is now recognized as a milestone in the history of computing and communication. Ray Tomlinson's innovation continues to shape the modern digital world, where billions of emails are sent daily. The simplicity of that initial message, whether it was WWII or something similarly mundane, stands in stark contrast to the complex, multifaceted role email plays in our lives today. It serves as a reminder that even the most revolutionary inventions often have humble beginnings.
Alfred Hitchcock, the legendary filmmaker known for his mastery of suspense and psychological horror, harbored an unusual fear. He was afraid of eggs. This peculiar aversion, known as overphobia, was one of Hitchcock's more eccentric traits and has fascinated fans and biographers alike. Hitchcock himself openly admitted to this fear in interviews, describing eggs as something he found deeply unsettling. Hitchcock's fear of eggs stemmed from their appearance and texture, which he described as strange and revolting. In one interview, he elaborated on his feelings, stating, "I'm frightened of eggs, that white round thing without any holes. Have you ever seen anything more revolting than an egg yolk breaking and spilling its yellow liquid?" This visceral reaction to eggs was surprising, given Hitchcock's otherwise fearless approach to exploring dark and unsettling themes in his films. Interestingly, his aversion to eggs contrasts sharply with his fascination with birds, which play a central role in his iconic film The Birds. While he seemed comfortable working with birds as part of his storytelling, the idea of consuming or even handling eggs was repellent to him. This contradiction has led some to speculate that Hitchcock's egg phobia was more rooted in their sensory properties, like their slimy texture and fragility, rather than any logical association with birds. Hitchcock's fear of eggs also offers insight into his creative mind. He had a knack for identifying seemingly ordinary things and imbuing them with a sense of dread or unease in his films. His discomfort with eggs may have reflected his ability to see menace in the mundane, a skill that made his movies so uniquely chilling. While eggs never featured prominently as a symbol in his films, his egg phobia became part of the mystique surrounding his personality. Hitchcock's fear of eggs is a reminder that even the most celebrated figures can have quirks and vulnerabilities. It humanizes the master of suspense, offering a glimpse into the idiosyncrasies of the man behind the camera. Despite his fear, Hitchcock's legacy remains untouched by this curious phobia, with his work continuing to inspire and terrify audiences worldwide.
The phenomenon of exploding ants is most famously observed in a group of ants from the genus Cleopatras, previously classified under Camponotus. These ants, colloquially known as exploding ants or kamikaze ants, are found primarily in the rainforests of Southeast Asia. This unique defense mechanism is both fascinating and extreme, making these ants a striking example of self-sacrificial behavior in the animal kingdom. When threatened, specific worker ants in the colony, known as minor workers, act as a living bomb to protect their nest. By contracting their abdominal muscles, they rupture specialized glands filled with a sticky, toxic substance. The resulting explosion sprays the adhesive liquid onto the attacker, immobilizing or killing it. This act of self-destruction, known as autothysis, is fatal to the individual ant, but serves to safeguard the colony. The substance often has an unpleasant odor and can act as both a physical deterrent and a chemical weapon. The most well-documented species demonstrating this behavior is Cleopatras explodens, which was officially described in 2018. These ants live in large colonies, often inhabiting trees and foraging for resources in their forest environments. Only specific members of the colony, the minor workers, are capable of performing this dramatic act of defense. Other members, such as major workers and the Queen, do not exhibit this explosive behavior, but contribute to the colony's survival in other ways. The evolution of this extreme form of altruism highlights the importance of colony-level survival over individual survival in social insects. By sacrificing themselves, these ants ensure the protection of the Queen and other colony members, preserving the group's genetic lineage. This extraordinary strategy underscores the complex and highly specialized nature of ant societies, where individuals often function as parts of a larger superorganism. Exploding ants are a vivid reminder of the diversity of life strategies in nature, showcasing how organisms adapt to their ecological niches in surprising and innovative ways. Their dramatic self-sacrificial behavior continues to intrigue biologists and underscores the importance of studying even the smallest creatures to understand the broader dynamics of life on Earth.
Pigeons possess remarkable cognitive abilities, and one of the most fascinating is their capacity for self-recognition in mirrors. This ability, often considered a hallmark of advanced intelligence, has been demonstrated in experiments involving pigeons, challenging the assumption that such behavior is exclusive to humans and a few other animals like dolphins, elephants, and great apes. The phenomenon of self-recognition is typically tested using the mirror test, a behavioral experiment developed by psychologist Gordon Gallup Jr. in 1970. In this test, an animal is marked with a visible odorless spot on a part of its body that it cannot see without a mirror. If the animal uses the mirror to investigate and attempt to remove the mark, it is considered evidence of self-awareness. Studies on pigeons, particularly those conducted by researchers like Shigeru Watanabe, have shown that these birds can pass a modified version of the mirror test. While pigeons may not pass the test in the same way as primates or elephants, they exhibit behaviors indicating they understand the reflection is not another bird, but rather an image of themselves. For instance, pigeons have been trained to use mirrors to locate hidden objects or to identify marks on their bodies, demonstrating a level of self-referential understanding. This ability suggests that pigeons possess a higher level of cognitive sophistication than traditionally assumed. Their brains, while small, are highly efficient and specialized for tasks requiring visual processing, memory, and problem-solving. Pigeons are also capable of other complex behaviors, such as distinguishing between different artistic styles, recognizing individual humans, and even identifying patterns in written language. The findings on pigeons and self-recognition challenge the conventional notion that self-awareness is limited to a few highly intelligent species. Instead, they highlight the diverse ways animals process and interpret their environments, emphasizing that intelligence manifests differently across species. These discoveries also encourage a broader perspective on animal cognition, pushing scientists to explore and appreciate the unique mental capabilities of creatures that might otherwise be underestimated.
Bubble wrap, now widely known as a protective packaging material, has an unexpectedly creative origin. It was initially invented as a type of textured wallpaper. This surprising backstory begins in 1957, when engineers Alfred Fielding and Mark Chavans sought to create a new kind of decorative wall covering. Their idea was to develop a three-dimensional plastic wallpaper by sealing two sheets of plastic with air pockets in between, giving it a unique, futuristic texture. The wallpaper concept, however, did not catch on. Consumers at the time were not particularly drawn to the unusual bumpy surface for interior design purposes. Despite this setback, Fielding and Chavan recognized the potential of their invention in other applications. They began experimenting with the material for insulation and greenhouse use, but it wasn't until 1960 that bubble wrap found its true purpose. The turning point came when the duo founded Sealed Air Corporation and marketed bubble wrap as a packaging material. IBM was one of their first major clients, using bubble wrap to protect delicate computer components during shipping. The material's lightweight, cushioning properties and ability to protect fragile items from damage made it an instant success in the packaging industry. Over the years, bubble wrap has become synonymous with safe shipping and handling, and it's now used globally to transport everything from electronics to glassware. Bubble wrap has also become a source of entertainment and stress relief. The irresistible urge to pop the small air-filled bubbles has turned the material into a playful and therapeutic pastime for many. This unintended side effect has contributed to its enduring popularity, even beyond its practical uses. The history of bubble wrap serves as a reminder of how innovation and adaptability can transform an idea that initially fails into a global success. What started as an unconventional wallpaper concept evolved into one of the most ubiquitous and beloved packaging solutions, proving that even the quirkiest inventions can find their purpose with a little creativity and persistence.
Clouds, those seemingly weightless formations drifting across the sky, are far heavier than they appear. In fact, an average cumulus cloud, the fluffy, white kind commonly seen on sunny days, can weigh over 1 million pounds. This surprising fact highlights the fascinating physics behind these everyday natural phenomena. Clouds are composed of countless tiny water droplets or ice crystals that form when warm, moist air rises and cools, causing water vapor to condense. While each individual droplet is minuscule, often smaller than a grain of sand, the combined mass of all the droplets in a cloud adds up quickly. A typical cumulus cloud, for instance, may contain about 500 million grams of water per cubic meter, and with clouds often spanning several kilometers in volume, the total weight can exceed 1 million pounds. Despite their immense weight, clouds remain suspended in the sky due to the way the droplets are dispersed. The water droplets in a cloud are so small that they are buoyed by rising warm air and the upward forces of turbulence. This allows them to float, seemingly defying gravity. Additionally, the density of the droplets is much lower than that of solid or liquid water, further contributing to the cloud's ability to stay aloft. The weight of a cloud is often compared to physical objects for perspective. 1 million pounds is roughly equivalent to the weight of about 100 elephants or a fully loaded jumbo jet. This immense mass is spread over such a large area that it doesn't exert noticeable force on the ground below, unlike rainfall where the condensed droplets combine and fall as precipitation. Understanding the weight of clouds not only deepens our appreciation for atmospheric phenomena, but also sheds light on the complex interplay of physics and meteorology that governs our weather systems. Clouds play a crucial role in regulating Earth's climate by reflecting sunlight, trapping heat and cycling water through precipitation. Their deceptively delicate appearance masks their true complexity and importance, reminding us that even the most familiar aspects of nature can hold incredible secrets.
The snakehead fish, a cousin of the goldfish, is an extraordinary species known for its ability to survive extreme conditions, including living without a head for days under certain circumstances. This remarkable feat highlights the snakehead's highly adaptable biology and resilience, earning it a reputation as one of nature's most formidable survivors. Snakehead fish, specifically the chana species, possess a robust circulatory system and an advanced nerve network that allow their bodies to function autonomously for a short period, even after decapitation. This capability stems from their biology, which supports limited survival independent of their brain. The phenomenon is most evident in cases where the fish's decapitation leaves enough tissue intact to sustain basic physiological functions. For instance, their musculature and reflexive responses can continue briefly, as the body does not instantly shut down after losing the head. Snakeheads are obligate air breathers, meaning they can survive outside water by breathing atmospheric oxygen. This adaptation helps them endure harsh environments, such as stagnant or oxygen-poor waters, and contributes to their resilience. Even when critically injured, their ability to absorb oxygen directly from the air can sustain their tissues for longer periods compared to fish relying solely on gills. Snakeheads are known for their invasive and adaptable nature. They can move across land using a wriggling motion and survive for extended periods out of water, provided their skin remains moist. This capability is crucial in their native environments, where they may traverse between water bodies to find better living conditions. Their resilience to injury, combined with their ability to breathe air, underscores their reputation as survival specialists. While the snakehead fish's biological toughness is fascinating, it has also made them a problematic invasive species in areas outside their native range. Snakeheads have been introduced to ecosystems worldwide, often through the pet trade or intentional release. Their voracious appetite and ability to outcompete native species pose significant threats to biodiversity. Many countries now regulate or ban the possession and release of snakeheads to prevent ecological damage. The snakehead's capacity to survive extreme conditions, including headless survival under certain scenarios, showcases the astonishing adaptability of life. This trait serves as a testament to the evolutionary pressures that shaped the snakehead into a tenacious and resilient predator. It also highlights the need for careful study and management of species with such extraordinary characteristics to balance ecological preservation and scientific curiosity.
Spider silk is one of nature's most remarkable materials, often cited for being stronger than steel of the same thickness. This incredible property, combined with its lightweight and flexibility, has fascinated scientists and engineers for decades. Understanding spider silk's unique characteristics reveals why it stands as a marvel of biomaterials. Spider silk is incredibly strong for its size, with some types of silk, such as dragline silk, having a tensile strength of up to 1.3 gigapascals. This strength is comparable to steel, which typically has a tensile strength ranging from 0.2 to 1.2 gigapascals, depending on the alloy. However, spider silk's advantages go beyond strength. It is significantly lighter than steel and highly elastic, capable of stretching up to 5 times its original length without breaking. These combined properties make spider silk tougher than steel in terms of energy absorption and durability. The strength of spider silk arises from its unique protein-based structure. It is composed of long chains of amino acids, particularly glycine and alanine, which arrange themselves into crystalline regions within the silk. These regions provide strength, while amorphous non-crystalline sections allow for elasticity. This hierarchical structure gives spider silk its unparalleled combination of strength and flexibility. Biological function. Spiders use silk for various purposes, including building webs, wrapping prey, creating egg sacs, and forming drag lines for movement and escape. Different types of silk produced by the same spider serve specific functions, with variations in strength, elasticity, and adhesive properties. Dragline silk, used as a lifeline, is among the strongest types, ensuring the spider's safety during movement or in the face of predators. Potential applications. The exceptional properties of spider silk have inspired efforts to replicate it for industrial and medical applications. Scientists have studied ways to produce synthetic spider silk through genetic engineering, using organisms like bacteria, yeast, and even goats to produce silk proteins. Potential applications include creating ultra-strong ropes, bulletproof clothing, biodegradable fishing lines, and medical sutures. Spider silk's biocompatibility and non-toxicity also make it a promising material for regenerative medicine, such as scaffolding for tissue growth. Challenges in replication. Despite its potential, mass-producing spider silk remains a challenge. Spiders produce limited amounts of silk, and farming spiders is impractical due to their territorial and cannibalistic behavior. Efforts to synthesize spider silk in the lab have yielded some success, but recreating its precise molecular structure and properties on a large scale has proven complex and expensive. A marvel of nature. Spider silk's ability to outperform steel while being lightweight and sustainable underscores the ingenuity of nature's designs. It has become a symbol of biomimicry, inspiring innovations across multiple fields. As research progresses, spider silk may one day revolutionize industries ranging from textiles to medicine, proving that some of the most extraordinary materials come from the natural world.
The story of the Frisbee's inventor being turned into a Frisbee after his death is both unusual and fitting, perfectly capturing the legacy of a man who left an enduring mark on recreational culture. Walter Morrison, often credited with inventing the modern Frisbee, had an extraordinary connection to the iconic flying disc, a connection that extended even after his passing. Walter Morrison, along with his partner Warren Francione, invented the first prototype of what would become the Frisbee in the late 1940s. They initially called it the Pluto Platter, inspired by the fascination with UFOs during that era. Morrison's design was simple but effective. A lightweight aerodynamic disc that could be thrown long distances and caught with ease. In 1957, the rights to the Pluto Platter were sold to the toy company WWII, which rebranded it as the Frisbee. The name was inspired by the Frisbee Pie Company, whose pie tins had been used by college students for tossing games decades earlier. The Frisbee quickly became a cultural phenomenon, loved by people of all ages for its simplicity and versatility. It also gave rise to sports like ultimate frisbee and disc golf, further cementing its place in recreational history. Morrison had a deep personal attachment to his invention, viewing the Frisbee as more than just a toy, but as a symbol of creativity and joy. After his death in 2010 at the age of 90, his wishes reflected this connection. His ashes were molded into a frisbee. This unusual tribute was arranged by his family, who saw it as a fitting way to honor his legacy and passion. Morrison's posthumous transformation into a frisbee symbolized not only his creative ingenuity but also the enduring spirit of fun and play associated with his invention. His family reportedly cherished the memorial frisbee, keeping it as a reminder of the man who revolutionized recreational games with a simple flying disc. Walter Morrison's frisbee continues to be a beloved part of global culture, with millions of discs sold every year and countless games played in parks, beaches and backyards. His unusual choice to become part of a frisbee after death adds an extra layer of charm to the story of this iconic invention, underscoring the playful spirit that the frisbee represents. This tale of innovation, passion and a uniquely personal farewell is a reminder of how one person's creativity can leave an indelible impact on the world, and how their legacy can literally take flight.
The smell of freshly cut grass, a scent often associated with summer and outdoor activities, is actually a plant's distress signal. When grass or other plants are damaged, such as during mowing or grazing, they release a complex mix of chemicals known as green leaf volatiles, or GLVs. These volatile organic compounds serve multiple purposes in the plant's defense and communication strategies. What are green leaf volatiles, or GLVs? GLVs are a group of chemicals that plants produce when their tissues are injured. These compounds include aldehydes, alcohols, and esters, which together create the characteristic fresh-cut grass aroma. While humans find this smell pleasant and nostalgic for plants, it serves as a critical response to physical damage. Why do plants release GLVs? The release of GLVs after damage is a survival mechanism for plants. These compounds play several important roles. First, attracting predators of herbivores. Some GLVs act as a chemical signal to attract predators or parasitoids that feed on herbivorous insects. For example, if a caterpillar chews on a plant, the emitted GLVs might draw in parasitic wasps that attack the caterpillar, reducing the plant's damage. Second, warning nearby plants. GLVs can serve as a warning signal to neighboring plants, prompting them to activate their own defense mechanisms. This may include producing bitter-tasting chemicals or strengthening their cell walls to deter further herbivory. And third, healing and defense. Within the damaged plant itself, GLVs help kickstart internal healing processes. They can signal the plant to produce antimicrobial compounds to prevent infection at the wound site and to focus resources on repairing the damage. While the release of GLVs is a biochemical response, the way humans perceive it adds an interesting layer. The scent of cut grass is associated with positive emotions and nostalgia, likely due to its connection with outdoor leisure activities and pleasant weather. This human reaction is purely psychological and unrelated to the plant's intent, but it demonstrates how biological processes in nature can evoke deep sensory responses. The discovery of GLVs and their roles in plant communication challenges the traditional view of plants as passive organisms. It underscores the complexity of plant behavior, revealing that plants have evolved sophisticated ways to interact with their environment and respond to threats. This understanding has practical applications in agriculture, where manipulating GLV signaling could improve pest management and crop resilience. What seems like a simple, pleasant smell is actually a plant's way of signaling distress and defending itself. This newfound perspective on the aroma of freshly cut grass not only deepens our understanding of plant biology, but also reminds us of the intricate and dynamic ways plants engage with their environment. It is a testament to the complexity of life on Earth, even in the smallest and most familiar phenomena.
New Zealand is famously known for having more sheep than people, a fact that has long been a defining feature of the country's agricultural identity and cultural image. This unique statistic highlights the significance of sheep farming in New Zealand's economy, landscape and way of life. As of recent estimates, New Zealand is home to approximately 5 million people. However, the sheep population has historically dwarfed the human population. In the 1980s, there were over 70 million sheep in the country, giving it one of the highest sheep-to-human ratios in the world, around 22 sheep per person. While the number of sheep has decreased significantly over the decades due to diversification in agriculture and changing market demands, there are still around 25 million sheep in New Zealand today. This puts the current ratio at about 5 sheep per person, which is still remarkable. Sheep farming has been a cornerstone of New Zealand's economy since the 19th century, when European settlers introduced sheep to the islands. The country's temperate climate, rolling pastures and ample land made it ideal for raising sheep. Over time, sheep farming became a dominant industry, with New Zealand becoming a leading global exporter of wool, lamb and mutton. Wool in particular was a driving force behind the economy for much of the 20th century. New Zealand's high-quality wool is prized for its durability and versatility, and the country continues to be a major player in the international wool market, although synthetic alternatives have reduced global demand. In recent years, New Zealand's agricultural landscape has shifted with a greater focus on dairy farming, wine production and other industries. This diversification has led to a decline in the number of sheep, but they remain an integral part of the agricultural sector. New Zealand lamb is still a sought-after product in international markets, particularly in Europe and Asia. Sheep are deeply embedded in New Zealand's cultural identity. They are often featured in jokes, stereotypes and tourism campaigns that play on the country's rural charm. For example, the image of a lone shepherd with a flock of sheep against a backdrop of New Zealand's stunning landscapes is iconic. Tourists can even visit sheep farms to experience sheep shearing demonstrations and learn about the industry firsthand. Events like the Golden Shears, an international sheep shearing competition, also highlight the skills and traditions associated with sheep farming in the country. While other countries, such as Australia and Wales, also have large sheep populations, New Zealand's sheep-to-human ratio is among the highest in the world. It serves as a quirky and enduring fact that underscores the country's deep connection to its pastoral roots. New Zealand's status as a land of more sheep than people reflects its agricultural history and the role sheep farming has played in shaping its economy, culture and identity. While the numbers have declined over the years, the sheep still outnumber the human population, making this statistic a fascinating and enduring aspect of New Zealand's national character.
The unicorn, a mythical creature often associated with purity, grace and untamed power, holds the unique distinction of being Scotland's national animal. This surprising yet fitting choice reflects Scotland's rich cultural heritage, blending myth, symbolism and history to create a national emblem that is as enchanting as it is meaningful. Scotland's association with the unicorn dates back centuries, rooted in Celtic mythology and medieval traditions. In Celtic lore, the unicorn was a symbol of innocence, purity and healing, but also of ferocity and strength. These qualities made the unicorn an appealing symbol for a nation with a long history of fierce independence and resilience. During the late Middle Ages and Renaissance, the unicorn became a prominent feature in European heraldry and art, often depicted as a majestic creature with a single spiraling horn. In Scottish heraldry, unicorns were associated with the monarchy and appeared on royal coats of arms. By the 15th century, the unicorn was firmly established as a symbol of Scottish royalty, representing the virtues and ideals of the nation. The unicorn's official status as a national symbol of Scotland can be traced to its inclusion in the royal coat of arms. During the reign of James VI of Scotland, later James I of England, the Scottish and English coats of arms were combined following the union of the crowns in 1603. The Scottish arms featured two unicorns as supporters of the shield, symbolising strength and purity. After the union, one unicorn remained alongside England's lion, symbolising the union of the two kingdoms. Unicorns in heraldry are often depicted with a chain around their necks, a detail that may seem contradictory to the creature's association with freedom. However, this imagery symbolizes the taming of a wild and powerful force, reflecting the idea that the unicorn was so strong and untamable, it could only be subdued by a worthy ruler. The choice of the unicorn as Scotland's national animal highlights the nation's love for mythology and storytelling. It also speaks to Scotland's enduring spirit and identity as a land of mystery, beauty and strength. The unicorn is deeply woven into Scottish cultural heritage, appearing in various works of art, architecture and modern representations of national pride. Tourists visiting Scotland today can find unicorn imagery on historical buildings, monuments and even modern government insignias. The creature's presence serves as a reminder of Scotland's unique identity and its embrace of both historical and mythical elements. While the unicorn is a mythical creature, its symbolic qualities align closely with Scotland's national character. The combination of purity, strength, and a touch of mystery captures the essence of a country celebrated for its rugged landscapes, rich traditions, and independent spirit. Scotland's choice of the unicorn as its national animal is a testament to the country's ability to blend history, mythology, and cultural identity into a symbol that resonates deeply with its people. The unicorn, both magical and majestic, represents the ideals of Scotland's past and present, making it a truly unique and meaningful national emblem. If Earth's history were compressed into a single 24-hour day, humans would appear in the last minute at 11:59 p.m. This analogy provides a vivid perspective on the vast timescale of Earth's 4.5 billion-year history and highlights just how brief humanity's presence has been in the grand timeline of the planet. In this analogy, Earth forms at midnight, marking the beginning of the day. For the next several hours, the planet undergoes significant geological and chemical changes, including the formation of its crust and the early oceans. Life first appears around 4 a.m. in the form of simple, single-celled organisms. These microorganisms dominate for most of the day, as Earth remains a microbial world for billions of years. Around 2 p.m., photosynthetic organisms begin producing oxygen, leading to the Great Oxidation Event, a major turning point that transforms Earth's atmosphere and makes it more hospitable for complex life. The first multicellular life appears around 8 o'clock in the evening, followed by the Cambrian explosion at 9 o'clock. This period sees the rapid diversification of complex organisms in the oceans. By 10:30 in the evening, plants, insects and early animals begin colonizing land. Dinosaurs dominate for nearly an hour, starting around 11 p.m., but they are wiped out by a mass extinction event at 11:40 p.m. Mammals and birds then rise to prominence, paving the way for the eventual emergence of humans. It is only in the final seconds of the day, at 11:59:40 p.m., that anatomically modern humans, Homo sapiens, appear. Within this fleeting moment, humans rapidly develop tools, agriculture and civilizations, eventually reaching the modern industrial and technological era. Despite their relatively short tenure, humans have profoundly impacted Earth's ecosystems, geology and climate. This compressed timeline underscores the fleeting nature of humanity's existence relative to Earth's long history. It also serves as a reminder of the interconnectedness and fragility of life on our planet, emphasizing the importance of stewardship for the future.
A group of flamingos is called a flamboyance, a fitting term for these strikingly colorful and social birds. The word flamboyance reflects the flamingo's vivid plumage, elegant posture, and their tendency to gather in large, visually stunning groups. This collective noun encapsulates their unique blend of grace and flamboyant appearance. Flamingos are known for their pink or reddish hues, which come from carotenoid pigments in the algae, brine shrimp, and other organisms they consume. These colors are often associated with flamboyance and vibrancy, making the name particularly appropriate. When gathered in large numbers, flamingos create an almost surreal visual spectacle, whether they're wading in shallow lakes or flying in coordinated formations. The social nature of flamingos is another reason the term flamboyant suits them so well. Flamingos are highly gregarious birds that thrive in large colonies, which can number in the thousands. This social structure provides protection from predators and enhances breeding success. Within these colonies, flamingos engage in synchronized behaviors such as group preening and elaborate courtship displays, further highlighting their dramatic and expressive nature. Flamingo colonies also play a crucial role in their survival. Their collective behavior helps regulate environmental conditions like water levels in breeding areas, ensuring that nests are protected from flooding or predators. This interdependence within a flamboyance demonstrates their cooperative and dynamic way of life. The term flamboyance is not only scientifically descriptive, but also evocative, capturing the essence of these birds' vibrant, social, and visually captivating existence. It serves as a delightful reminder of the natural world's creativity and beauty.
The word sandwich originates from John Montagu, the 4th Earl of Sandwich, an 18th century English nobleman. According to popular legend, the Earl's name became forever associated with this culinary innovation due to his gambling habits. The story goes that during long hours at the gaming table, Montagu would request meals consisting of meat placed between 2 slices of bread. This practical arrangement allowed him to eat without leaving the table or soiling his cards, combining convenience with sustenance. The Earl of Sandwich likely did not invent the concept of eating meat and other fillings between bread. Variations of this practice existed in different cultures long before his time. However, his preference for this simple, portable meal popularized it among his peers. Others began to order the same as sandwich, and the name stuck, eventually becoming a generic term for this style of food. This anecdote also reflects broader cultural and culinary trends of the time. In 18th century Europe, food was becoming more portable and adaptable to suit the increasingly busy lives of the upper classes. The sandwich's simplicity and practicality made it a hit not only in England but eventually around the world, evolving into countless variations across cultures. Today, the sandwich has grown far beyond its aristocratic origins, encompassing everything from classic ham and cheese to elaborate gourmet creations. It is celebrated for its versatility, as it can be adapted to fit any cuisine, dietary preference or occasion. The story of its naming serves as a reminder of how chance moments in history can influence language and everyday life.
The statement that more people have been to the moon than the Mariana Trench underscores the vast challenges and mysteries of exploring the deep ocean, despite its relative proximity compared to space. As of now, 12 astronauts have walked on the moon during NASA's Apollo missions, whereas only a handful of people, fewer than 10, have descended to the Challenger Deep, the deepest part of the Mariana Trench. The Mariana Trench, located in the western Pacific Ocean, is the deepest natural point on Earth, plunging nearly 11 kilometers, about 7 miles, beneath the ocean's surface. The extreme conditions at such depths, including immense pressure, over 1,000 times atmospheric pressure at sea level, near freezing temperatures and complete darkness, make it an extraordinarily hostile environment. Specialized technology such as deep-sea submersibles is required for exploration, and missions are both risky and costly. In contrast to the moon, though 384,400 kilometers, or about 239,000 miles away from Earth, presents challenges of its own, such as the vacuum of space and radiation exposure. However, the moon's environment is more static and predictable compared to the dynamic and crushing depths of the ocean. Since the moon was a strategic focus during the Cold War space race, significant resources were invested in developing the technology to reach it, leading to its relatively greater exploration. The disparity in exploration also highlights humanity's fascination with space and the relative neglect of the ocean. While outer space is seen as the final frontier, Earth's deep ocean remains largely unexplored. More than 80% of it is unmapped and unseen by human eyes. Yet the deep ocean holds immense scientific value, harboring unique ecosystems, geological features, and insights into Earth's history. This comparison emphasizes the need to balance exploration efforts between space and the deep sea. Both realms offer profound opportunities for discovery and understanding, but the Mariana Trench serves as a reminder of the mysteries still waiting to be uncovered in our own backyard.
The idea that the average person will spend about 6 months of their life waiting for red lights to turn green is a striking statistic that highlights how much of our lives is spent in seemingly mundane activities. This estimate is based on the cumulative time a person spends driving throughout their lifetime, considering the average commute and the frequency of red lights encountered during daily travel. For most people, driving is an essential activity, whether for commuting to work, running errands, or traveling for leisure. In urban areas, where traffic lights are more common and congestion is higher, the time spent waiting at red lights can add up significantly. Over the course of an average lifespan of about 75 to 80 years, those moments of idling at intersections accumulate to roughly 180 days, half a year. This statistic also serves as a reminder of how modern infrastructure and transportation systems shape our lives. Traffic lights, while a source of delay, are crucial for maintaining safety and order on the roads. They regulate traffic flow, reduce accidents, and ensure pedestrians can cross safely. However, their efficiency can vary depending on city planning, traffic patterns, and the use of advanced technologies like smart traffic systems. On a broader level, this fact prompts reflection on how time is spent and the importance of making the most of moments that might otherwise feel wasted. Some drivers use the time at red lights to relax, listen to music, or even reflect. With the rise of technology, many people now use those moments to quickly check their phones, though this is discouraged for safety reasons. Efforts to reduce the time spent at red lights include the implementation of synchronized traffic lights, adaptive traffic signal control systems, and alternative transportation methods like biking and walking. For individuals, carpooling or using public transit can also help minimize the impact of waiting at red lights. Ultimately, this statistic highlights how even small, routine parts of daily life can have a surprisingly large cumulative effect, emphasizing the importance of thoughtful city planning and efficient transportation solutions.
The hashtag symbol, often seen as hash, is technically called an octothorpe, a name that is as unique as it is intriguing. This term originated in the mid-20th century, primarily through the telecommunications industry. While the exact origins of the name are debated, the most widely accepted explanation is that the term was coined by workers at Bell Labs during the 1960s when the symbol was added to telephone keypads. The prefix octo refers to the symbol's 8 points or edges, which are formed by the two intersecting horizontal and vertical lines. The second part of the word, thorpe, is less clear. Some believe it was added as a humorous or arbitrary suffix, possibly referencing the Olympian athlete Jim Thorpe, though this connection is speculative. Others suggest it was a playful nod to linguistic traditions or internal jokes within Bell Labs. Historically, the symbol itself predates its telephone use. It evolved from the Latin abbreviation LB, used to denote pounds in weight, where scribes added a horizontal bar to distinguish it from the number 1. Over time, it came to be used in various contexts, including numbering, annotations, and as a shorthand in coding and programming. In the digital age, the symbol gained its modern fame as the hashtag when Twitter adopted it in 2007 as a way to group and categorize content. This innovation revolutionized how people engage with social media, making the hashtag a powerful tool for trends, movements, and communication. Despite its contemporary association with social media, its technical name, octothorpe, endures as a quirky piece of linguistic and technological history. The octothorpe's journey from an obscure typographical mark to a cultural and digital icon illustrates the fluidity of language and symbols. Whether you call it a pound sign, number sign, or hashtag, its technical name, octothorpe, adds an extra layer of curiosity to this seemingly simple character.
The claim that there's enough DNA in your body to stretch to Pluto and back 17 times highlights the astonishing scale and complexity of the human genome. Each cell in your body contains about 2 meters or 6.5 feet of DNA, tightly coiled and packed into the nucleus of microscopic cells. Considering the human body has an estimated 37 trillion cells, the total length of DNA in one person is approximately 74 billion kilometers or 46 billion miles, if fully unraveled and laid end to end. To put this into perspective, the average distance from Earth to Pluto is about 5.9 billion kilometers, or 3.67 billion miles. Thus, your DNA could theoretically stretch to Pluto and back 17 times, even taking into account the vast distances involved. This comparison emphasizes the sheer magnitude of biological information stored in our bodies. DNA's remarkable length is possible because of its nanoscale structure and efficient packaging. The double helix molecule is wound around histone proteins, forming chromatin, which is further compressed to fit within a cell nucleus. Despite its compact form, DNA contains all the instructions necessary for building, maintaining, and operating the human body. This comparison also underscores the elegance of nature's engineering. DNA is not only extraordinarily long, but also incredibly efficient in storing genetic information. Its sequence of just 4 chemical bases, adenine A, thymine T, cytosine C, and guanine G, provides the blueprint for all living organisms. The Pluto analogy is a powerful way to illustrate the microscopic and macroscopic wonders of biology. It reminds us of the profound complexity of life and the incredible capabilities of modern science to unravel such mysteries.
The idea that the average person walks the equivalent of 5 times around the world in their lifetime offers a fascinating perspective on the cumulative nature of everyday activities. The Earth's circumference is approximately 40,075 kilometers, or 24,901 miles. Over a typical lifespan of around 80 years, the average person walks about 7,500 steps per day, which translates to approximately 5.9 kilometers, or 3.7 miles, daily. When this is multiplied across a lifetime, it totals roughly 216,262 kilometers, or 134,000 miles. More than 5 trips around the planet's equator. This astounding figure is a testament to the natural mobility of humans and how small daily movements can add up to a monumental distance over time. Walking is not just a mode of transportation. It's a fundamental part of human life, whether for commuting, exercising, or simply moving through daily routines. The actual distance varies depending on lifestyle, geography, and personal habits. For instance, people in urban areas or cultures with a strong walking tradition may log significantly more steps than those who rely heavily on cars or live a more sedentary lifestyle. Walking offers immense physical and mental health benefits. It strengthens the heart, improves circulation, and reduces the risk of chronic illnesses like diabetes and obesity. Additionally, walking supports mental well-being by reducing stress, enhancing mood, and fostering creativity. Considering the sheer distance covered in a lifetime, these health benefits underscore how essential walking is to maintaining overall quality of life. The statistic also serves as a reminder of the incredible endurance and adaptability of the human body. While walking such a distance may seem daunting when framed all at once, it's a natural outcome of a lifetime of small, consistent movements. This perspective encourages us to appreciate the importance of staying active and embracing the simple, yet profound act of walking, whether for health, exploration, or the joy of movement.
The fact that fingernails grow faster on your dominant hand is a curious example of how biological processes are subtly influenced by lifestyle and activity levels. This phenomenon is primarily attributed to the increased blood flow and stimulation in the dominant hand, which is typically used more frequently in everyday activities. Since blood carries the nutrients and oxygen necessary for nail growth, the enhanced circulation to the dominant hand accelerates the growth rate of its fingernails. On average, fingernails grow about 3 millimeters or 0.12 inches per month, though this rate can vary based on factors such as age, health, diet, and even the seasons, with nails growing slightly faster in warmer months. The nails on the dominant hand benefit from more frequent movement and microtrauma from tasks like typing, writing, or manual labor, which can stimulate the nail matrix, the area at the base of the nail responsible for growth, to work more efficiently. Interestingly, nail growth is also faster on longer fingers, which is why your middle fingernail grows more quickly than your pinky nail. This is thought to be linked to the distribution of blood flow and the larger size of the nail matrix in longer fingers. Combined with the dominance factor, these growth patterns demonstrate how both anatomical and functional aspects of the body influence even seemingly trivial details like nail growth. This phenomenon has practical implications as well. For example, people who want to maintain uniform nail length may need to trim the nails on their dominant hand more frequently. It also highlights how our bodies adapt subtly to the demands of daily life, with even small details like fingernail growth reflecting the intricate interplay between biology and behavior.
The word mortgage has its origins in the Latin term mortuus, meaning dead, and the Old French word gage, meaning pledge or commitment. Together the term translates to death pledge, a name that might sound ominous but has a logical explanation rooted in medieval legal traditions. The death in death pledge refers not to literal death, but to the termination of the obligation, either when the borrower pays off the loan or when the property is seized due to non-payment. In medieval times, property transactions often involved pledges that were binding until a debt was satisfied. The mortgage was considered dead either because the debt was fully repaid, rendering the pledge void, or because the borrower defaulted, leading to the forfeiture of the pledged property. The term highlights the seriousness of such financial agreements, where property rights were on the line. Today, a mortgage is a legal agreement in which a borrower secures a loan to purchase real estate, with the property itself serving as collateral. While the process is far more formalized and regulated in modern times, the fundamental concept remains the same. The borrower pledges to repay the debt over time, with ownership of the property fully transferring to them once the debt is satisfied. The etymology of mortgage serves as a reminder of how language often preserves historical perspectives. What once referred to a dire financial risk is now a routine aspect of home ownership for many people. However, the death pledge origins can still resonate with borrowers, as mortgages often represent a long-term commitment, sometimes spanning decades. This connection to the past offers a glimpse into the evolution of financial systems and the enduring significance of property ownership throughout history.
Thank you for watching. We hope these mind-blowing facts left you amazed and inspired. Don't forget to like, subscribe and hit that notification bell because there's plenty more where that came from. Stay curious and we'll see you in the next one.